Good evening, everyone. Mazes, okay, speaking to us. Good evening. Sorry for that delay. That delay is as a result of waiting for the conversation to finish because we didn't want that conversation to happen while that debate is still ongoing because a very it was indeed a very interesting debate, and I hope you found time to watch it. And let's quickly, everyone discuss about the key takeaways from that debate. Now, maybe we may have to start from the beginning. When the candidates introduced themselves, and before they did, there was some sort of commotion actually, where individuals. Let me not say individuals. There was commotion where people said the candidate are only for presidential, so no vice president, presidential candidate should be allowed to speak. But even before that, one thing was very, very critical. One thing very, very critical happened, that the man that built Lagos, like Noah's Act, somewhat disappeared and ran away. He didn't come, neither did he send his VP to attend. Now, and we have it on good authority that he is in Abuja for another event, which is a private event. And you ask yourself, is this how they are going to govern you if you ever make the mistake of allowing them near the seat of power? How is it that when someone is invited for something so serious to come and discuss and share ideas, bear in mind this is not a presidential debate, but a town hall meeting. A town hall meeting is that which you sit down and discuss with others. We were told that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was in Morocco, that he was going to come. He was going to join the meeting. But until that meeting ended, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar never showed up. And I can tell us for free why that also happened. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is afraid of the southern votes that he may lose if he opens up his mouth. Hence, the strategy of sending Ifeanyi Okonwa to go and represent him. Now, for those of you who may not see behind the scene, this is what happened before the event started, because the people actually at some point protested that this this town hall meeting was only for presidential candidates. And this thing happened here.
We want presidential candidate. Presidential candidate. Only presidential candidate. That's what we want. Only we want presidential candidate. Sit down. Presidential candidate only. Whoever is the president. No. We are Nigerians. No.
Now, from those in that hall, what actually irked many people and what made people mad was when Dino Melaye was saying that Atiku is bigger than those in that room. So that's what led to this altercation that you saw there. That people started saying this is about Nigeria and that they are all Nigerians, and one said that they are not Cameroonians and that they want all the presidential candidates to discourse and not the vice presidential candidate. If you watched it, you would also see that at some point, Dino Melaye was also cheeky. He was cheeky in the sense that he asked a specific question to Peter Obi, where he said, if he can tell him if there is any difference between a presidential candidate and his vice. If you ask me, that question was nothing but a landmine. But again, a son cannot, or rather, a son cannot first begot a son before his father. The landmine that he laid before him, he was able to outwit him, and the questions were legendary. So, without further ado, we have people already in the studio. Now, people, there are two conditions of joining us. You must clearly show your face, ensure that you're properly dressed, that your face is showing you are not in an environment that is queered or that is awkward. Please, if you do not turn on your camera, you will not be brought on to speak. Everyone can see my face clearly, and I do expect that anyone that's going to join us, you sign in with your real name, and that two, that your face will show. If your face is not showing, please do log out and do the needful. Now, before we continue, I would also want to tell us that this is our own town hall meeting to discuss that which happened in the town hall meeting in Abuja. Because you and I were not privileged to be there, but here we have the privilege to discuss our own bass, our own water, na now and na here it happen. I'm bringing in Chima. Chima, you're welcome to Njenje Media TV. You're my first guest this evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Chima, before I'll bring you back, but I said here that for you to join me, you must be properly dressed. So if you please do that, then we can bring you back. For you to join me, that is a rule. You must be properly dressed. Please do that. Now, and I also have Egon. Egon here is not doesn't have the camera on. Please go ahead and so please people, let's accord some respect and some professionalism in this. I understand it's late. You might be in your bedroom. It's quite understandable. Not many of us have the privilege of being in a studio at some people. But please, even if when you are in a bedroom, you can do two things. Respect the conversation that we're going to have this night. Is very late. Do something by also sitting. All right. So I think I'm bringing Chima back again. Chima, okay. Chima, you're back. So go ahead. Kindly unmute yourself, please. I say kindly unmute yourself.
I'm trying to get a better reception.
Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead. What's your impression? What's your impression of the what you watched today? For by the way, introduce yourself and tell us where you are joining us from.
Okay. My name is Chima Odu. A mechanical engineer. I'm talking to you from Owerri town. And I'm sorry, I actually did not watch it. That's why I'm actually here to see if I can get a hint of what really happened, and be part of the part of this conversation.
Okay, so that's fine. I think you will get the better gist when we start talking. So Egon, may you kindly unmute yourself, please?
All right, so I think I'm in the same position as Chima, where I've come here to watch it. And so when you were calling out my name, I was putting on the shirt. I'm so sorry. I didn't disregard what you were saying. So I haven't watched.
So in that case, the links that were shared were two. One, if you want to watch, there are two links in that broadcast. One is the YouTube, and the other is the live stream. So
neither worked, Mazi.
Sorry,
sorry. Neither of them worked. You tried. So when you
no, because hold on, because we hadn't started, so that wouldn't. That's why we. But now that we have started, if you go back and click on the YouTube one, it will bring you to the YouTube so that you can join those that obviously that are now here discussing it. We'll play some clips, but this studio is only meant for those that want to discuss about it, okay?
Sure.
If you don't mind. If you don't mind. Thank you very much,
Yep.
gentlemen. Thank you. So, gentlemen, for those who got the broadcast, please go back to that. You will see the YouTube, and maybe we may have to reshare the YouTube again for some of you already in the studio, so that you can click on it, and that will take you away from the studio. Then you go to YouTube and watch us live. Then, if you do have comments, you can come back again. And I just shared with you in the comment section, and also in the private chat, the link for you to join the conversation. No, it's there. You can watch us live, right? You watch us live. Now let's go back and see and take these analysis one by one. Let's go back and bring in Kwankwaso here, because that's how the whole thing started. Again, for those who watched but who have one or two things to say, you may wish to join us. You may wish to join us. And if you're joining us, please ensure that you are very, very well, you are in a very good environment. So let's quickly go back here and bring this back up now. Okay, so we are back on. So let's start with their various introductions. The Kwankwaso here sold himself as a former Minister of Defense, and sold himself as someone who understands the system. We are trying to be fair to everyone here. And I think, if you ask me, I think his introduction, even when he was cut short because he overstepped, was not that entirely bad. They had a terrible. There is nothing you can do.
NNPP. Let me take this opportunity, these 5 minutes, to introduce myself to you. I was born in Kwankwaso, Modobu local government of Kano State. I had my primary education, or I started my education from Kwankwaso Primary School, finished in Grassroots Primary School, then Craft School Udon, Kano Technical College, Kaduna Polytechnic, where I had my OND and HND. Then in 1981, when I finished my service, I left this country for the UK, where I attended various courses in various institutions and universities. I was in Middlesex Polytechnic. I was in Loughborough University of Science and Technology. I was in Nottingham University, where I had my master's. And after my technical education, I joined RECA. I started in 1975. I rose from an artisan, craftsman, technical officer, then engineer, and I left service in 1991 as a principal water engineer. I then joined politics. In 1992, I was member of the House and elected Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps in 1992. I was an elected delegate to the Constitutional Conference in 1994 to 95. I was governor of Kano State, 1999 to 2003. I was,
for those of us saying increase the volume, the volume obviously for those who joined the conversation live, the volume is not the best from the studio of the AriseTV. So sadly, this is the max, even with all the enhancement. This is the max you can get from the studio, but at least I know and I do understand that you can hear me very loud and clear.
In the NDDC then.
So those of you who watched it and want to
2011,
join
I
the
contested the election
conversation,
again.
actually,
I went back to Kano
you
for my
want to
second
join,
term.
you have some points to make, you can
In
actually join
2015,
using
contested
the
election
link that is being shared in the
as a
comment
senator
section.
representing
You
Kano
can do
Central.
that. Now
And of
let's
course, left the Senate in
not
2019.
bedevil what obviously
In between,
Kwankwaso
I contested in
Kwankwaso has introduced himself, and Kola Abiola also introduced himself. But let's now look at Peter Obi's introduction of himself also, because here he did something that many people started shouting, how can one man have all this? Okay, so let's get Peter Obi to basically do the introduction himself.
Excellencies and all distinguished people that are gathered here, following on the footsteps of the first speaker, my name is Mr. Peter Obi, born in Nigeria, educated at Christ the King College, University of Nigeria and Nsukka, and subsequently have had the privilege of having very extensive trainings overseas, from London School of Economics to Harvard Graduate School, to Kellogg, to Columbia, Oxford University, Cambridge, IB in Switzerland. I'm a businessman and a trader. Very successful trader who have managed corporations locally and established a successful business in the United Kingdom that is of note today. I lived there for 10 years. From there, I shared companies in Nigeria, served in about 8 quoted companies, different companies, out of which I shared about 3 of them in Nigeria. Became a governor of my state, served for 8 years. I've had some remarkable things that happened in my transition into politics. I was the first governor to be declared through the court, because when I contested the election, somebody else was declared, and I went to court and challenged it. And for 3 years, I was declared. 6 months into being governor, I was impeached. I went to court again and challenged the rascality. And I became the second person to come back in this country as the governor from impeachment. And 5 months after that, my tenure again terminated by an election that was constituted. And I went back to court and established the tenure which is what every governor of election today. Without me, the likes of Shomole, Fayemi, Aribashala, all this will be governors. It was my challenge of that rascality that made it possible for them to go.
Okay, so now let's stay at this point. At this point, I have you've seen the introduction of 2 of the candidates. I do have people in the studio joining me. Temidayo, Temidayo, guys, hold on. I will be bringing you guys in, but please, anyone joining me, like I said before, endeavor to ensure that you are putting on the right clothing, and that you're obviously one is well presented before you're brought in. We don't want to show someone naked. We know this is a late night broadcast. Some of us are already, in the words of Buhari, in the Azar room. But even in the Azar room, there must be some element of keeping things upright. So, and this is Peter Obi introducing himself. Then when he finished, then we had Kola Abiola now said this.
We've also been progressives all the way. We've come across, we're the first to build bridges across this country politically. We were also the first in 1979 to have a female running mate as a candidate with the late Malam Aminu Kano. That was in 1979. We are progressive also in the fact that To date, we are here to represent the future of Nigeria. We are here to be able to bridge the divide. We are here to mentor the young into governance, leadership, and politics for the future. We represent what it takes to be fresh. We represent what it takes to make sure that the ones coming behind us have an opportunity to decide their own destinies in a united Nigeria. For me, as a person, it's very personal. As a party, it's equally personal. Together with my running mate, I don't know, Zico Aziz, we intend to pledge our loyalty to the country first and foremost. And everything we'll do is out of that passion to make sure this country becomes what it should be and where it should be.
Okay, so that's the much we can take from him. Then we'll bring in Okowa here as well.
Security, and we're talking about that today. There are challenges to the economy, we're talking about that today. But for us to be able to progress on this, we also need to talk about the unity of this country and the need to ensure that we stay as a united nation. Until we're able to truly unite ourselves and begin to think together and realize that we must work collectively together, we may not be able to get through the path that will lead us to new growth. We must take very key note of that. We must also realize that until this nation begins to realize that it is not all about the presidency and the federal government, that until the state governments start to be very participatory and play very key roles in the governance of this nation, we share responsibilities where the federal government and the state government and the local governments are able to come together on the table to think Nigeria in ways that work for Nigeria. We may not be able to develop fast.
Now, I agree with Okowa. He made passionate and he made very sensible contribution. The only thing is that listening to him, when he talked about that it is not only about the federal government and the presidency, that it is also about the state. One would then think, wow, if ever you get this man to be a governor of a state, he can do wonders. Alas, he is indeed a governor of a state in the last 7.5 years. So, what is he then talking about? IK, please, if you want to come into the studio, you need to turn your camera on, ensure you are in a good environment. Now, thank you very much, the Common Sense Sisters. You're welcome to this stream. So, and when we talk about this, these were their introductions, where they actually, really introduce themselves. But for so many of you who didn't join us from the beginning, we started by showing us when people protested that Okowa was invited. Why? Because Atiku, for whatever reason, is in Morocco. And some of you who live and breathe nothing but violence already started insinuating that he's gone there to marry another wife. How can you say that a man of his caliber, that when he goes to Morocco, that it is only good for marrying wives? Maybe he has gone to understudy their power generation capacity or how they improve their military, But Okowa was only speaking for Atiku, and the people, as we showed before, who were in that hall said that this town hall meeting is not meant for vice presidential candidates, but for the presidential candidate. And this here happened.
We don't only presidential candidate. We want presidential candidate. Presidential candidate. Only presidential candidate. That's what we want. We want presidential candidate. Sit down, look at the cocoa. Presidential candidate only. Whoever is representing us, no. We are Nigerians and we will not No. You can take your presidential candidate. We don't want all this.
One thing you can take away from this is that Nigerians are beginning to be awake. They're no longer taking nonsense from those they consider leaders. Because, one would hope that from what happened here today, Atiku may have learned one or two things. And it might even be that they told Tinubu, they gave him a memo that something like this may happen. That's why he ran away. And this time around, he ran away with his vice. So not that he came or that his vice came. No, neither his vice nor him himself showed up. And this is a very bad, it must be said that it is in bad taste. While that was ongoing, also, watch out for this as well. What we are showing you here is not what AriseTV will show you. We are showing you what the individuals, people who were in that hall, were sending to us through the back channels.
Dr. Rabiu Kwankwaso. May we also invite Mr. Kola Abiola.
Where is Tinubu now?
So you can hear that. Pay attention to the discussion. The people recording this. This is not from Arise. Pay attention to their discussion. At that point, they never knew that Tinubu and Atiku would run away. But sadly, they did. We heard their discussion once more.
Tinubu and Atiku are too big. Yeah.
Did you hear that? Tinubu and Atiku are too big to be there. And every other person that attended there, some of us here who spent 2 hours watching this. Actually, they said it was going to start 7:30, but it started 8:30. So we thought maybe they meant 7:30 UK time because eventually started 8:30 Nigerian time. And we assumed it was going to end by 10. So hence we scheduled this stream to be there, and we are sorry that it has to eventually be changed. So when you listen to this, you understand that the people felt roundly disappointed because it should have been a debate, or rather a conversation of equals.
As you know, Senator Ahmed Tinubu was to be on the event, but he has postponed his participation to another series. And Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has just landed, I'm told. He's on the way from the airport. But meanwhile, Dr. Arthur Okowa can take the stage.
Did you hear? Exactly here, these guys were caught pants down because they said Atiku has landed, he's on his way from the airport to that venue. But when Okowa spoke, he said that they called and they had clearance that he was going to represent his principal. There was no mention that Atiku was still going to come. And until that event ended, Atiku did not come, clearly showing that Atiku did a run on Nigeria. But again, just watch. And if you're one of those vying and vote and clamoring to vote APC at this point, if shame is not your second name, you better begin to think twice. Ask yourself, this is where a media house with other partners have asked those applying to be a CEO of a multi-trillion company. They say, CEO, come. We want to give you our future. In your hands. come and answer these questions. Let's know if you are able to do that. And you're willing to hand over the CEO of a company from a man who is running away from you, the employer. He doesn't want to attend your interview, but he wants to be the CEO of your own company. I want to give us a basic and broken down analogy of how you need to understand the context of what is happening. If a man is running away now, it is a bad sign. What if, when he wins, he may end up being like the one that flood is ravaging his own country? He ran away to South Korea. In South Korea, he's telling South Korea to please help Afghanistan. Only one region in Afghanistan is being affected by flood, that they should help Afghanistan, forgetting that his own country is submerged underwater. When he came back, you think the deed has not been done. A couple of days later, he ran away again to faraway United Kingdom and told you he was going to take medical leave. The signs are there, the telltales are there, and Nigerians, I hope, are paying enough attention. Again, please, if you are not turning on your camera and you're in the studio at the back end, you will be removed. Either you come back or you go to YouTube and watch us, please. So those of you who are there, you will be removed if you're not turning on your camera in order to come in, please. Before you are brought in here, you have to go and turn on your camera, please. Turn on your camera. Turn on your camera. And for those of you who are also in there, in watching online, you look at the comment section. If you want to come in condition, you turn on your camera. Ensure that you are at least sitting upright. It's not nice if you're lying down and you want to speak to people, to the world. This is an analysis on here on Njenje Media, as after the event in Abuja today. So let's quickly then, after the introduction, let's quickly move to the first questions that was asked. Let's quickly move. But before that question was actually asked, there was an altercation, and in order to bring context to it, let me quickly bring this. So this is the altercation that actually happened in that hall.
They are not just my supporters. Most of them are people from all this.
Well, Mr. Peter Obi says he doesn't know these people.
No, I didn't know them. I don't know.
And I think at this point, Ruben Abati was being, honestly, very cheeky. Ruben Abati was being very cheeky. There were people having an argument at the back as to whether Okowa is supposed to be there or not to be there. But Ruben now trying to turn it around, and eventually it backfired. You will see when we get to that point.
I just said they are not only my supporters. I didn't say so. That's not what I said.
Okay, fair enough.
Eh?
Please go ahead, Mr. Peter Obi.
So I will be bringing in Blessing Wokocha after Peter Obi speaks.
Please, let's have some quiet in the hall. Please, let's respect the rules of this exercise.
Well, let me continue. That
please go ahead, sir.
First for me is that I believe that there was a failure of intelligence processing, because before that incident happened.
Now, for those who do not capture the question here was on the the kidnap of the train Abuja Kaduna train victims who were kidnapped. If you were to be the commander-in-chief of the Nigerian army, what would you have done regarding that train incident? And this is what Peter Obi said.
From information available, there were already indications of insecurity within that rail corridor, as well as previous attempts and intelligence that were ignored. So there was a failure of processing and giving due attention to intelligence, which I would have promptly dealt with. Two, when it happened, government action and communication were weak. If I was commander-in-chief, we would have acted swiftly, and throughout that process, we would have remained in communication and at least showing consistent empathy to the families of those that are involved.
Now, there are keywords here: showing empathy to those that lost people in captivity. He said he would have engaged with the intelligence report he had. Does it then mean that we do not have people who are able to act on time? Bear in mind, they had report which the Minister of Transportation then, Rotimi Amechi, confirmed, which he said that they asked them that they needed a couple of billions to install CCTV. So if these reports were there that there was going to be train attack and abduction, the question is, why did we allow that to happen? Even when it has happened, the government showed less empathy. What is empathy? Is the ability to look at your fellow being and say, we are deeply sorry, we have messed up, but at the same time, you commiserate with the people. You say to the people, we feel your pain. At least let them offer them some relief and some succor. It appeared that didn't come from the government. But anyway, that's by the way. So let's move quickly to Kwankwaso on that same question.
Of course, we have the experience. During our time, during the Chief Olusegun Obasanjo as president, we have taken necessary action to secure every square meter in this country. In fact, we didn't even stop there. At that time, we were in Liberia, we were in Sierra Leone, we were in Darfur. We have taken all adequate arrangements, not only to secure our land and our people, but certainly our neighbors, and of course, in Africa in general. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, that's
the presidential candidate of the people.
That's Kwankwaso there, but I have a guest in the studio. Let me use the opportunity to bring in Paul Eze. Paul, you're welcome to Njenje Media TV. Paul, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. What's your contribution?
Yes, my contribution is very simple. I think that the essence of this town hall meetings or this gathering that involves our principal and other principals and Nigerians in general is to sensitize them. So I think if the meetings does not involve the presidential candidates themselves, but their vice presidential candidate, I think it's a direct insult. It's a way of degrading the person of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. So I think he should be aware or well informed. If the other candidates are not coming, then he should state it clearly that he will not come, not because he's doing it out of would I say being arrogant, but to just keep himself intact. Because for all I know, these things might be staged, and if we're not being careful, something wrong might happen. So just
Like
to
what?
make sure that we're safe. I mean, if these people, these elites, so to say, and they have friends in high places who perhaps own these TV stations and they will not honor the invitations, it could be possible that something might be planned and something happens while he's leaving the venue. It's possible. So we should be sensitive enough. If it's possible, we should be creating our own town hall meetings for Nigerians in general, because these things clearly it is not
So who would
to
create the
inform.
town hall meeting? Sorry.
Yes, I think the Labour Party should take it upon themselves to do it.
Yes, but if you do that, you see where the danger is. It is easier and better when an independent body does that. If you do that, that means you're preaching to the choir. You're
That's the
speaking to
point.
yourself.
That's the point. This body are not independent. That's it. They are not independent. With the way Ruben was asking questions and was being one-sided, you see clearly that he was trying to undermine other candidates, and a particular one, for that matter, which is the Labour Party candidate. When Dino was making that utterance, he didn't even refute it. He didn't ask him to stop politely or rudely. So we should pay attention to these things. These are little signs that shouldn't be taken unnoticed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You made an excellent point there. You made an excellent point. Okay, thank you very much, Paul. There. Let's continue on this. If you may wish, you can still stay here. But let's quickly listen to Kola Abiola here.
There's a need to go back and address our security defense architecture. Over the years, there's been a lot of talk about reviewing that, making it get better. But is that really the question? The fact of the matter is that if I'm right, since 1999, the National Security Council has not sat for one day since 1999. And that is the body that governs dispassionately the security situation in Nigeria. That body has not sat since 1999. It's always been us going out of our architecture to run defense and run security. And that's why the whole thing has collapsed to date. We need to go back and address that. We keep talking about faults in the system, but the truth of the matter is that we have never actually implemented the system itself. At PRP, we intend to go back, look at that system, and make it work the way it should work. That's number one. Number two, a lot of us, we tell ourselves, yes, we have a shortfall in security personnel, be it the military, be it the police. But really, if you think back and look at it, and you look at all the structures outside of the police, outside of the security systems we have, by the time you pull them together, you have an immediate manpower that in the short run can solve the problem immediately. By the time you take your National Defense Force, your National Security and Defense, NSCDC, you take your DSS, you take all these units, together with your police, you're looking at almost 850 to 900,000 personnel immediately.
So bear in mind that whenever they ring this bell, that means your time is up. Now, this is now the turn of Okowa to speak. Now, pay attention to the words he said.
Thank you, Ruben. I think actually that we need a very coordinated intelligence gathering, and we must also find ways of operationalizing it in such a manner that all the security agencies are able to have a shared intelligence and to also work collectively for the collective good of Nigeria. That apparently is not happening at the moment. I'm a governor and I can see it and I see what's going on. So we need to ensure that there's a coordinated arrangement among the security agencies. There is also no doubt that with the level of insecurity, it's not that train incident is just one. There are several incidents across Nigeria taking place at the same time. So obviously we will need more boots on the ground. There's no doubt about that. That would definitely require more persons. But the approach to it with the pen, yes, add add some more. But in the medium term, we must be looking at evolving the police force such that the states should be able to have their own police and operationalize their own police. It's very important because these people, because they are working within their own environment, are in a better position to have a clearer understanding of their areas and to know exactly what to do at every point in time.
Now, having listened to these guys on their initial thoughts on the security, and what's your take, Paul? Bearing in mind that you may unmute yourself now. Bearing in mind that Okowa's main point here is he talked about state police, devolving the power of the security agencies in order to probably work better at the state level. What's your take? Oh, Paul, I think Nigeria has happened to your network. See, that's the thing. Nigeria has happened to his network. Okay, so now, but this is what it, obviously that's what it is. But there is more.
Before people thought of
there is more of another thing that is very also obvious in the events that happened tonight. Or yes, last night. Let's look at another event and how and see your view on this. Look at what Peter Obi said here.
Niger Delta, why producing resources all over Nigeria, and every part of Nigeria can be a huge resource production center, and that's what Labour intends to do. How do we tackle issue of IPOB, Boko Haram on all agitations? I've said repeatedly, I will dialogue with every agitator. There's nothing wrong in agitation. I will consult. Governance in democracy is about consensus. I will consult, I will dialogue, I will meet everybody. Dialogue is normal. Agitation is normal. So we will deal with everybody. We will make sure we sit down and talk and resolve issues amicably. Issue of power. Issue of power is one that we intend to tackle aggressively. First is that today, Nigeria have installed capacity today of 12,000 plus. And that, even if you produce, it cannot be wheeled because your transmission line can only take about 6,000. And that is a problem. And your distribution infrastructure is also weak. First is to upgrade and ensure that I deal aggressively with the transmission and distribution infrastructure to be able to take what we can produce immediately, which is about 12,000. On that, top of that, is to deal with issue of ensuring that those who are in generation today are supported by making sure they get dedicated gas supply with policies that are consistent, and then start dealing with new ones that will come in, including bringing in embedded captive power, anything you can do to ensure renewable energy, to ensure that you ramp up that as quickly as possible. It can be done. We have over 100 million Nigerians without electricity. According to World Bank, it's 90 million, but for me, it's over 100 million. That is unacceptable. So you have to declare war on power. If South Africa with over 50,000 megawatts can declare.
So you see, what Peter Obi, when it came to that issue of power and power generation and distribution, his own point is fact. Declare war on power generation. I have another guest here, Evergreen. Evergreen, you're welcome to Njenje Media TV.
Thank you so much, Mazi. It's nice to have seen a lot of your videos and the good work you're doing. I really appreciate you for that.
Thank you. Go ahead. What's your contribution?
All right. I've seen a lot of people spoke about the need for P2B to start boycotting this kind of invitations. But I think in the overall interest, it's good for him to keep attending because he has succeeded in buying the sympathy of many people. Just like the obvious absence of these men today, which happen to be the most popular candidates of APC and PDP. Their absence only helped to push P2B further on the level where people are beginning to pay extra attention to him. Because if he began to boycott, the status quo remains the status quo. Now, I can categorically state that P2B has succeeded in giving the entire political landscape a facelift. 2015, Buhari was nowhere. He didn't attend most of these town hall meeting, live event. He didn't attend any. Yet people voted him massively. And 2019, the same thing happened. But you can see from the clip you showed earlier how people sitting in that venue, they began to protest. And that has passed a very stern warning to these candidates going forward, because they know that thousands of people, if not millions of people, are tuning in from different parts of the world, monitoring the way things are being going now. And then the chaos that erupted in that sitting today is really passing a serious message to them, because they know going forward that it seems these people are finally awakened from their slumber. So that is my point.
So now, what do you think I'm not insinuating that you're psychic, but if I allow you to take a guess, what do you think informed the decision of Tinubu and Shetima not to attend this event?
Well, Tinubu knows that the people are already complaining about his absence on every occasion, because the last event which the candidates attended, which was the NBA, I think. Yes. Tinubu was not there. Only Shetima attended. And I think from there, the message is getting to him. And that was why he had to organize his own event and invite the people that he wants to be there. So he knows he wants to change the game plan, because he knows if Shetima had to be there today, people can now say, okay, we can see this has become a tradition. So he wants to change the game a little bit. And that is why he decided that both of them will not be there. And because he knows the panelists are not those he can easily control. So he had to be very careful about that. He has no strategy other than the usual strategy which they employed in 2015 and 2019 respectively.
Now, thank you very much. I think I have another person here joining us. Let me bring in Blessing Wokocha, please.
Thank you. It's still the same. It's still the same person. It's Paul. So my other phone is disturbing, so I had to sort out for a different phone.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
So, obviously, I take it that you heard what he said. Why do you think that Tinubu and his vice ran away?
I think it's for publicity. We all know that Tinubu cannot be in such an environment because of probably his age, but he would have sent Shetima. But because they want the media to be all over them, they want the whole thing, presidential elections and debate, to be about them. That is why they decided to boycott it. I mean, Arise TV is more like one of those TV stations that usually know how to manage news when it comes to the All Progressive Party, All Progressive Congress, I beg your pardon, and the PDP. They don't usually say things the way it is. But when it comes to other parties, they seem to want to dig and dig and dig. So it would have been easier for
So do you think
them
so?
to
You
maneuver.
in your thinking, you actually believe or you think that
Yes.
Arise TV is in favor of maybe APC and PDP. Is that what you think?
I have seen it. I mean, okay, I'll take for example, there was a time the governor of Rivers State said something about the anchor, one of the presenters, Ruben. He said something about him, and he was portraying him in a manner of him being biased. That is one. Secondly, we see how Ruben every now and then usually pads news when it comes to PDP and APC. If a Labour Party person is in their studio and they are asking him or her a question, the questions are more like an attack to the person and even the person's personality. You understand? But when it comes to the PDP and the APC, it is only the other presenter that is always trying to say things the way it is when it comes to them. So I think that is a clear example why I believe so. I've seen it several times. So that is
Okay.
why I made this suggestion.
Now, it's Dino Melaye in that event was at some point making some unnecessary remark that
Very quickly.
that at some point that Peter Obi, quite unlike him, really got angry at Dino Melaye, and this played out.
Very quickly.
Don't call everybody. This man is NPP now. He called it to be people. You see what is happening here? I won't take this. He called it to be people. This colonel is NPP person now. You call it to be people. Stop that, please. Dino. You did. Dino, stop that. I'm taking a lot from you here. What is what? Why are you always calling me?
Very quickly.
You see, at this point, many people liked it because they think that Peter Obi doesn't really get angry. But at this point, because Dino was being senselessly stupid, every single thing, just like if you go on Twitter now, you will see that white bearded he-goat that keeps, talking about that these people there, that they are IPOP, the military should be sure that after the election, what is going to happen. And something in that direction is what prompted Dino to a disruption that happened as a result of someone from the NMPP. And Dino shouted, "Is dead labor obedient?" And that's what got him pissed off that he had to say.
Don't call everybody. This man is NPP now. He called it to be people. You see what is happening here? I won't take this. He called it to be people. This colonel is NPP person now. You call it to be people. Stop that, please. Dino. You did. Dino, stop that. I'm taking a lot from you here. What is what? Why are you always calling me?
So, guys, what's your take by the public chastisement from Peter Obi to Dino?
Should I go first?
Let me start with Evergreen.
Right. Thank you so much. I think it's very good the way Peter Obi set the record straight. I'm very sure had it been he wasn't in attendance, whatsoever Dino say, he has already said it, stated that times and times again that he doesn't respond to spokespersons. So it is very, very demeaning for him to be on seat. And Dino is, because that would have amounted to a weakness on his part. That someone is being meek and humble is not a sign of weakness. It's not that the person is weak. In the actual sense of things, Dino is nowhere near P2B in all ramifications, aside looting of public fund, which is where Dino is better off than him. But every other aspect of life in totality, Dino comes no close to him. And if age-wise, if we are going to put Dino and P2B on the same scale, they are almost age mate. So for your age mate to be running to be the #1 citizen of a country, while you are fighting so hard to be a spokesperson to someone on the same level with P2B, it shows the level of failure of Dino. But unfortunately, it is easy, just as my brother said that P2B is always attacked here and there. The fact remains that, and if you listen to people like Shetima, that has always said that politics is not for good men. People tend to rile you up. They tend to take advantage of your simplicity just to demarket you. So what Dino was trying to do is a bid to demarket his personality. And that is why you can see incidents happening in Southeast today. They are still trying to link it up, to P2B, someone who has left office for more than 8 years. They are still coming to say, oh, he couldn't look at his region. But nobody is talking about Shetima, who is from the headquarters of Boko Haram till today, which is the Borno State, which is the grandfather of insecurity in the entire region of Nigeria today. Nobody is talking about it, but it is only P2B whenever he comes around. Nobody, if you can see all the interviews Shetima has been granting, you hardly see them ask him about his involvement in Boko Haram, how he managed it when he was a governor of his state. Nobody.
Okay,
but whenever people, okay.
So let me take Paul there. Go ahead. Make it briefly.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes. I think what Dino did was just an expose of the kind of politics they play. They play a dirty politics. Now, we understand correctly that they believe that Mr. Peter Obi is not part of the elites. So how dare him come to a contest for a position that is meant only for the girls, and he's part of them. So Dino is a political thug. Everybody knows it. So what he did was a clear show of shame, but to him it is no shame. It is a way of him proving that he's working for his principle. And on the side of Mr. Peter Obi, he did a very nice thing. Not only did he defend himself, he also defended his supporters. So that was wonderful. It's amazing. I like the fact that it happened because this is just a tip of the iceberg. Lots of it has been happening behind the scene that we're not aware of. But this one that Dino did is a clear evidence that these people are capable of anything. So we need to watch out.
Okay, thank you very much. So that brings us to, another point of fact check. Some of the things that were said, we are really fact checked, and if we go to some of the verdict, I think some of the verdicts are already out regarding the fact check. Let me quickly pull that out here. The CDD West Africa on Twitter has published the fact check. Now, one thing people must know is that the fact checker can also be fact checked, because I've found out something that is not entirely correct in their fact checking. Now, the first thing that CDD did here was to say that, Peter Obi made a claim. Let me see if I can make that. So Peter Obi made a claim here. Let me see if I can make that much bolder so that people who are watching can read with us. Okay. So you can see that here. I believe it's now bold enough for us to read. Fact checker alert. CDD fact check. P2B made a claim that oil contribute less than 10% to our GDP, about 50% of government revenue, and 80% of our foreign exchange. Now they say it is partially right, not entirely false. But here it says the oil sector contribute less than 10%, which is correct, to Nigerian GDP. According to Global Edge, the oil sector in Nigeria contributes more than 50%, but P2B said about 50%. So it's a play of words. More than 50%, about 50% is neither here nor there of the government revenue, and 90% of our total, or rather of our foreign exchange. But P2B said 80%. People, for me, it's neither here nor there. 80%, 90%, about 50%, it's absolutely nothing, if you ask me. But if we go further to check that side, that page, that the fact checks that they've basically published now, you will see the following as well. Here, P2B made allusion, claiming agriculture contributes the most to Nigerian GDP. And you see that here. So for those of you, when he says go and verify, you know that there is information to verify. You can see that the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, FMARD, Dr. Mohamed Abubakar, in September 2022 said that the agriculture sector contributes 23% to the national gross domestic product, the GDP, topping the chart in the survey of 7 sectors identified to have contributed to Nigerian economy in the second quarter of 2022. So that is fact. The third one, again, like I said, we've looked at that. But when it comes to Kwankwaso, they said Kwankwaso claim we are giving out 2.2 million barrels of oil according to OPEC regulations. And they say it's a lie. Nigeria oil output per day currently stands at 1.72. Well, I don't know, but yes, it's false, but the variation isn't that, the gap isn't that huge to be red flagged in that sense, But anyway, another thing, but it appears they are taking Kwankwaso on because everything he said appears to be false. Another, he said, I left no debt when I stepped down as Kano State Governor. And they say, no, Kwankwaso, you lie. Multiple reports have confirmed that Rabiu Kwankwaso left the state in debt when he left the government house in Kano. His successor in 2015, Abdullahi Ganduje, stated that the governor left the state in over 300 billion debt. Other government officials in that state have also made reference to that situation. However, no one, when Peter Obi said he left 75 billion, no one said anything. And all the $50,000 in Fidelity Diamond and Access Bank, each that he left there, is incontrovertible. Now, again, he also made a claim that eight local governments in Niger State is under bandit people. 8 local government under bandit occupation. Here, those people that have bandits occupying their land are telling us, there are miscreants parading in some forest in the east, whereas some local governments, not community, not town, but local government. Just think about it. And this is where you have also landmass. Niger State is the largest state in Nigeria. So you can imagine these local governments could as well, eight of these local governments could potentially be greater than the whole of the Southeast. Yet, some people would not see that. So this verdict, again, is correct. And the next one here, which is where I said we can fact check the fact checker, right? He says, did federal government give P2B the prize for best road network? And they said that P2B lied. And I say, I disagree. I disagree here for a reason. I have CM joining me here in the studio. CM, you're welcome. So I believe today we are going to be we are doing a night vigil. Okay. So now you see, one thing that I want to bring to us here is this is very critical. The fact checking is good, but let you, the viewer, also make some decisions. Let me play you a video that clearly debunks this particular fact check in terms of this. I mean, you be the judge. Let me see if I can get the video to play. So let's watch this, people.
Anambra State was rated the least indebted state in Nigeria by the Debt Management Office. Anambra was adjudged by the Federal Ministry of Works the state with the best network of roads in the country.
Now, this is where an award is being given, and the federal government adjudged P2B under him as the state with the best network of roads. People, this was not made by me, so I think this is contestable now, okay, so that we understand this and do understand the
network of roads in the country, having asphalted over 800 kilometers of roads. He reopened long-closed schools and returned missionary schools to the original owners with a grant of 6 billion naira for their rehabilitation, distributing over 30,000 computers, internet access, Microsoft academies to over 500 schools. Anambra State students, for the first time, achieved first place nationwide in the 2013 WAEC and NECO Common Entrance examinations. It provided 700 buses to secondary schools in the state and provided boreholes to over 300 schools. He also built classroom blocks in all the 177 communities in the state. He ensured the payment of over 35 billion naira in outstanding pensions and gratuities in the state since 1999. Before he became governor, no single health institution was accredited in the state. But under his administration, 10 schools of nursing, midwifery, and medical technology, as well as 2 hospitals, were accredited.
So, people, let me not bore us. The only thing I wanted to show is when it comes to facts, no one is an oracle. So we can always fact check the fact checker. But in this case, I think the fact checkers probably got carried away. And sadly, this is a fact that I know very well. And the information is in my archive. Just a question of pulling it out to say, guys, that's not correct. So, CM, thank you for joining us. What's your take on the, I don't know if you got the opportunity to watch the whole event this evening or yesterday.
Well, to be honest, I did not, but I can easily make a prediction. P2B is a star performer, so for those of us that have been following him, listening to his interview, without even listening to him, I know what he's gonna say about the economy from consumption to production, and in fact, every day he updates it because of the changing skyline of Nigerian economy. So he updates it with statistics, facts you can't sort of doubt or you can vouch for. Anyway, but the high point, or rather, what attracted me was sometimes bad news tend to fly, tend to go very fast. You see, it is true that some people sometimes the way somebody comports himself or herself says a lot about the person. I'm talking about this Dino Melayo of a character. You know, there are times age sometimes moderates our character. You can do activism when you are 19, 21, 22 as undergraduate. You should know when to let go. Some of us did student unionism in those days in Nigeria, but in which every time you feel that everything can be, you can shout down on people or intimidate people. When you are even doing it, some people will just sit down and then start to look at you. Imagine the type of character. How can you? You know, in those days, we normally sometimes somebody stand up to say something, you heckle the person, you shout, you do all this to show that put the person off guard. Yes, to some extent, it could work in some age group. Maybe when you are doing a student unionism manifesto night. This is not manifesto night. For those of the, this is not manifesto. This is serious business about a country that is on its knees, and we are trying to listen to players, somebody who could, any of them could be the president next year, without doubt. So you have to pay attention and listen to what they are going to say. In fact, as much as possible, whatever they are saying now is very, very important, because you want to see what miracle, what are they going to, what hope are they giving people, that when they get into office, people will look forward to Nigeria turning the corners. Then, we'll be there behaving like somebody who a kid promised a bar of chocolate. How can you be saying, oh, this one is, even if the whole hall is about P2B, I expect somebody like that, what you should be doing is that you take a note when they are talking, then later you ask a question. Then trying to say, oh yeah, if by the way article is not there, that is even a shame. Your principal, the person that pays you, is not even there. What is he afraid of? Then P2B, who is there to, even I rate Kwankwaso higher now than even Atiku and all those, because Kwankwaso came the gentleman, dressed, was able, forget whether he says whether he makes a 40 claim, but the fact that he honored the thing shows that yes, it's an interest. I mean, anybody he could say something, maybe he didn't 2.2 and then 1.7, is it not? He said 2.2 something, and then
No,
later,
exactly 2.2 or 1.7. I mean, it's not far
yes,
from.
it's not far fetched, but then because his figure 2.25 point. I mean, the fact that you
Well,
even said something, it means that it means that yes, you know exactly what, if
for
you know
me,
what 2.2 means.
approximations, just like when something like this happens, I say approximations could actually solve these
Exactly.
exact quote citations.
If
Approximation. If
1.7,
you put range between the range of
if you put
1.7
one
to 2
exactly
point whatever, then it ranges, then that's fine.
1.7, you approximate 1.7 to 2. 2 means
Exactly.
2.0 and this is 2.2. So
Exactly.
how far? What is the percentage difference? So even the fact that he's coming up with something, because if you ask the person, okay, you say 2.2, what if it is 1.7? You can still defend it and say this is, but that is a figure. I mean, the main fact that he is there is an honor to the country. Even I felt I was so impressed by Abiola's son. Exactly like
That's the thing I wanted to say, that
the
for me
carbon
he's
the
actually the
carbon
star of
copy
the
of
evening.
MKO. It could be the carbon copy of MKO.
He's the star of the evening, I must say.
Very composed in delivery, everything. In fact, I love the guy in PDP. I mean PRP. Then how can okay? How old is Dino? You are there making noise. Do you know when sometimes only that Nigerian public do not call people out easily. Dino actually said on national TV that as Nnamdi Azikiwe, the great Zik, played the regional politics. That's why he ended up being what did he call him? Being a prime minister of his NNCNC. It was Rufai that corrected him that Zik was actually the first president, which is national. And he said, no, 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 imagine. So some people, so things like this, it's true. He said, how can you say Zik, NCNC played local politics? Zik never played
NCNC that
local
even
politics.
won Western region.
Western region, even a hard sky, this thing. So when you look at people and their depth or breadth of knowledge or whatever they're doing, you find out that I don't know. You see, people, I'm even ashamed. And do you know the next thing? Do you know the other one called rain or mockery? Had to go and start analyzing the thing. Why can you analyze what everybody listen to? This is not opinion. We watched it. Everybody watched it. He spoke English language, just like Atiku spoke English language at Arewa House. Then people will now start to come and interpret English as Atiku spoke.
No,
When
in Nigeria we interpret English with English.
How can you? He said, "Do not vote for North. Do not need Igbo president or Yoruba president."
Very
And
clear.
people are coming to interpret what Atiku said in English. Oh God! So that
And he
is,
spoke in English, by the way.
it's laughable, and it wasn't a private interview or a discussion. It was open. People heard him say it, and he said it not from a prepared speech. He said it from his heart. He just said it, and that's what he had in mind. Then people will now say, no, you don't need to apologize. That what article is it? The thing about Nigeria is that if you have opportunity of coming on this either Arise News, AIT channels, NTA, TVC, then you have arrived. That is the thing, you have arrived. You can go there and pay them and come and start to speak convoluted English and then bring your own statistics or justify even rubbish, rationalize it the way you like. Tomorrow they will say, yes, this is what is happening. So it's laughable. I don't know why people are not giving
But
it
the only thing is that
the
the
credit
only
it
thing I can
deserves.
tell you, the Violence Department of the Obedience are dragging Dino on Twitter now, and they're about to remove his half shimi and dross. If guy is not taking.
In fact, to be honest, let me tell you, ordinarily, I'm not in the mind of Atiku, but Atiku of the past, I see the man might be so ashamed of what these people are doing. He won't approve of this. Yes, he won't. This idea of crying more than the bereaved, I don't know what he's trying to say. Even if you want to speak for your man, why not go and do a research? Come up with something and then do something. Then all this combative, this, Jaguda type, as if you're in the bus stop, who shouts better. It's not like that now. Some Nigerians, do you know, in this, some Nigerians will just, after listening to you, forget about the person might not have a job, or maybe he's unemployed and trying to make life, but he still has his sense. He can just listen and say, I mean, what is this person? Is it not what I'm listening? I listened to it, I saw it. Why must you? Why should you even in a gathering like that? You speak on top of you. I mean, sort of without giving without decorum, you start to speak. Does it not make does it not occur to him that
Isn't it when you want to, let's not dwell too much on Dino, but it must also be said that this is the same man that feigned, that he was already disabled and was sleeping outside just when he was asked to come and answer questions bordering on commingling of resources and
okay,
election. Yeah. So, and at some point he was at that level doing, and I call it entertainment, theatrics. That was what he was doing at that point. This is a man who, for whatever reason, at some point was selling granuts.
I remember in those days.
Yes.
It
So
doesn't.
it's I don't think it's a person to dwell, honestly, to dwell so much on his activities. His activities, the one that once fainted, suddenly he can no longer walk. Then tell me, what is the difference between Dino and let me quickly show us, because if the water is going to happen, let it actually, then we can water it properly, and so that others would also see. But this is a man. So let me quickly pull this up here. This is a man who at some point was behaving in this way. So that look at him here. Okay, so where is Dino? Dino, come. Let's see now. When push came to shove, this is how Dino suddenly turned the vegetable. This is Dino Mela, you see.
He couldn't stand. Can you
And
imagine?
you see the water there. They said Dino, the award of nuisance for the night goes to Senator Dino Mela. This happens when you are doing boy work instead of being the actual contestant.
As a candidate, he thinks he's doing
He thinks he's doing photo op and hawker stray. And true, he was doing the hawker stray now.
Acting he does to avoid the FCC and police.
So look at it. So look at it. You see, this is when he hawks. So he doesn't know when to really, when the village people are about to leave him, and he didn't get the memo maybe. So Evergreen, what's your take?
Yeah, it really a shameful act that Dino put up right there, because he and one thing I want people to know is that the fact that the likes of Dino, the Abatis, they belongs to the status quo, and they know the only person who can, retire them from stomach infrastructure politics is P2B. And you wouldn't want to fold your hands and watch someone take out or take away your only source of livelihood from you. Nobody will want to do that. And this is what you see happening today. So it is institutionalized corruption that is fighting against justice right now. So that is why I'm not fazed when I see the attacks coming from, you see, from the fact check you uploaded recently, that of Kwankwaso. If you check online, it may not gain traction. But the one they said partially true, if you check now, it may be on the trending list on Twitter right now, just to disparage the person of P2B. And as regards to the video you posted about the award given to P2B, I have the video, I have uploaded it on few occasions. I know the problem I have with Nigeria system is the fact that there is no synergy between even the government parastatals. If the Ministry of Finance could recognize someone, but in Nigerian context.
Sorry, before you continue, you see, in line with what we are saying before, look, this is what Dino Melaye is writing. If Obi cannot control his temper on stage during the AriseTV town hall presidential debate and began throwing a tantrum and shouting words at Dino Melaye, then how can he control Nigeria and armed forces as a president? Obi shows that his emotion. You see, this is, these two, we are on a national TV here, but these two clowns are indeed trying everything possible to get under your skin, because it appears that is what they've been paid for. One is in exile, where he has abandoned the family and moving with another family, and ran away from America and moved to England, and is in exile writing nonsense. And the other is in Nigeria constituting total nuisance and adding absolutely no value. So it appears that's what's happening here. Anyway, you carry on.
So as you can see, people already know the antecedent of Reno Omokri. On few occasions, which I had engaged in, whenever he posts disparaging tweet about P2B, I will upload the video where he was speaking emphatically that if there was anybody who is best for Nigeria at this present time, before dollar changed hand, he said it emphatically that it is P2B. He said, I don't care what you may think, but the best person to handle Nigeria problem is P2B. So whenever he made such tweet, I just uploaded it. I said, "This is you before dollar changed hand." So this is the kind of people we deal with. We know what they represent. Reno is looking for every avenue to come back to Nigeria. He needs to be in government. He enjoyed during the time of Jonathan, so he needs to consistently remain politically relevant. The kind of politics, the style of politics P2B has deployed is not a kind of politics that is sustainable to the status quo, because they can't match it. So his style of politics will bet a new political era in Nigeria, which all the likes of Dino are going into extinction. So you don't expect them to just fold their arms and begin to clap for people. No, they have to. They need to.
There are people that are professional spokesperson. That is something like they're taking it as their job. FFK is one of them. So they always feel that every 4 years, people.
No, but that FKK is I think he's more of a jumpologist.
So they're taking that every 4 years. You may not see after government they disappear. So every 4 years, this is their season. In those days, this is their season. So they expect that you have to employ them as your spokesperson. So the whatever money they, all these things like Dino say. I mean, Reno Mokri saying all these things. There's a chap. It is the best. They have to confront Reno is ask him, is he Reno that is speaking, or when there's Simlin, who is speaking, so that you know who to address. Are you speaking as Reno or as Wende Simlin? When a man start to have a identity problem, it goes a lot to tell you whatever is behind cannot be trusted, whatever comes out. So Reno, I mean, there's a news going on making the rounds in California where he stayed. Wende Simlin, who are you? Are you Reno Mokri or Wende Simlin? You see, there's one thing to answer Reno Mokri where you are in Nigeria. When you go to US, is it Reno Mokri you answer or Wende Simlin? Let us know. Because identity is very important in the Western world. And then, when you say when they're Simlin, they check date of birth and everything that goes under it. So these are people that whenever they are in Nigeria, whenever they come to Nigeria, they are looking for one politician, according to Hadley Chase, to cut into. So Atiku, as you know, considering the age, Atiku is having his last dance. So whatever savings he has to spend the last card in the hope that Ndibo will say Abana Udu. So this is the last hurrah for him. The same thing with the other man in Bodilon. So when you see professional professional praise singers, according to Wike, hanging around the Wike say people, scavengers hanging around them. They know because this is their. I mean, you can't expect Tinubu after 2023 to stay contesting for presidency again. So whatever money it will take, he's gonna unleash it now. The same thing with Atiku since 1992 to now. Is it not 30 years? So you can imagine. So that's why the likes of Reno will mill around him to see how much they are going to milk the man. But I feel as a wise old politician, they should know that whatever Reno is doing, and Reno and Dino, two of a kind, they are not doing the man any good. Rather, they are even, demarketing his talk, because I do not see why you should peddle falsehood on behalf of your principal. It means that you don't know the business. You can't be fed.
Thank you very much. I think we have another, guest join us. That's Chimobi. Chimobi, you're welcome.
Thank you. Hi.
So, yeah, you're welcome. Did you watch the conversation live?
Is it a town hall meeting?
Yes.
I'm half of it.
Okay, half of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, for those of you watching us online, we have, before they fact check us, and we are not approximating. For those of you, from those of you watching us online, we're close to 600 people watching. We understand it's late, but there is a reason why that's also a late night show, because the show didn't start as planned, and they ended slightly late. So if you're watching us, please do us a favor, click the like button, click share, invite others to join us. And if you wish to also join us, let's quickly share the joining link on the comment section. You can join us and be part of the discussion. Condition is that the way you see the faces of the all individuals here, you must show your face and you should be sitting upright. We are not going to be admitted if you are lying down, and that's slightly disrespectful for those who are here. So, Chimobi, what's your
Yes.
take on the match you watched this evening?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for bringing me to your platform. Thank you so much. I can see Mr. CM. I think I have been in a platform where you was.
Okay,
Thank
yeah.
you again. Yes,
Welcome.
thank you. Yeah, from when I started to watch and at the end of it, I can see that everybody is attacking Labour Party. There is a message you put about Reno Omokore. You know, Dino Milaya created this. Anywhere he found himself, he tried to commit. Sorry for me to use that word, nuisance. So he created that particular nuisance for him to be noticed. But I like the way Peter Obi interjected and let the control person to know that Dino is saying whatever that happened is the P2B obedient people. I like the way he responded back. So you can see it, and the video you just show again about Dino Milaye, all this guy has been doing is just, I think he has lost his bearing. In political space in Nigeria today, Dino is no longer a man you can be able to even listen to. This is Dino Milaye, this is Kayode, this is Reno Omokore, this is Festus Kayamo. You can't be able to stand and listen to what these people say. They have been bought. Their future and their destiny have been bought with money. And when you look at them, you can see that they are serving for the purpose of money. They are not standing on the truth. So from where I started watching, I can see that everybody speaking. Okowa repeating what people be said. I recall anything Okowa wants to say, he will first of all acknowledge what people be saying. They don't have their own thoughts. They don't have their own agenda. You can see whenever they ask people to be questioned, when he finished answering the question, the next speaker will start attacking people. Everybody is just attacking this man. And I thank God for the grace. You know what? When you see when a man is ready, when a man is full of wisdom, when a man is full of understanding, you can't break that particular person. You can't stop him. Anyhow they twisted the question,
True.
Anyhow they tried to disorganize him, this man, from God-given wisdom and what he's ready to do, he answered them and humbled every one of us.
So now Chimobi, if I understand you properly, in this evening town hall meeting, there were 4 candidates. How would you, let's take this turn by turn. I will start with you. How would you rate other people's, other candidates' performances?
Yeah, okay. First of all, Peter Obi won today's town hall meeting. He won it totally. The
And
other
who
person
came second?
Kwankwaso takes second.
Okay.
Kwankwaso takes yes, then followed by Okowa. But Okowa, I'm not gonna credit Okowa. The reason is that anything Okowa said is what Peter Obi has already said. Okowa does not have his own thoughts. He does not have his own idea. He's just sitting down there. And that is why whenever I make a comment, I'm always trying to label Ruben Abati. The way he handles things sometimes is not balanced, because they will allow every other candidate to make their submission before Okowa will come. And when Okowa started saying anything, he will be repeating what other people have said. You're supposed to have your own agenda, your own idea, your own plan for the people.
Okay. I think we had a medical, I believe, a medical doctor that was in the theater. Guys, if you're not speaking, you may, in order not to disturb others, you may basically mute your mic. Let me.
I'm actually the one. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry for that.
No, it's fine. I can hear some medical. Are you treating the president? Are you the one treating him where he is?
No, I'm done with that particular patient. I just came out of the place.
Oh, so you are treating the president? That was my question. Maybe he's in your hospital. I don't know. So, okay, let's take Godwin. Godwin, what's your impression, and who do you think came on top of this evening, yesterday night town hall meeting? Godwin, can you unmute, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mazi.
Yes.
I mean, it's glaring and it's obvious. P2B is the first.
Okay.
Chimobi, I don't agree Gwangwazo being the second. I will give.
I mean, that's his opinion, but who is second in your opinion?
I think Okowa. Okowa, as far as I know him, I don't know him one-on-one but over time I have seen his clips. He's detailed. He knows what he's saying.
Okay. Is it as a result of this evening's performance or previous performances?
I give him second. P2B first, Okowa second, then Gwangwazo and the other man. I heard what where someone was talking about Abati. Paul Abati is
Ruben Abati.
Ruben Abati is very pro PDP. He loves. I am not surprised.
He's a PDP card member. Obviously, you know, I know you now. Even if we show you some things in Labour Party, your mind is already prejudiced. So it's normal. What do you think?
No. I'm just being, even before I got interested in politics, so to speak. I have been following all the things, the whole clips going on. I can tell you categorically, I'm not even the one that noticed that. It was my wife. My wife was like, why is this guy against PDP? So I am not, it's like fact finder. My wife is an evidence. He's not involved in politics, but when people talk, he will tell you. He can analyze and bring the silent undertone. So Abati is in fact, we shouldn't reckon with things. He's just camouflaging, trying to place a balance.
But he was the moderator. He was the key moderator this evening.
Yes.
But anyway, I mean, some of us may have some slight discomfort in the mannerism in which some things were said. You know, there was a time when there were the altercation. He alluded that, oh, everybody talking there is supporting one candidate. I mean, that's, you know, that was below the belt, if you ask me, just being nice here. That was below the belt. But anyway, let me take someone. Pushman.
Okay.
Pushman, may you unmute, and what's your take?
Good morning to us all. This is my first time of joining. I don't know something of this nature exists. For me, P2B won the show and Kwankwas was second with my reason.
Okay.
Because we are Nigerians. We do request for vice presidential candidate. So for Kwankwaso coming is a plus to him. If at all we are to give Okowa second, let's equally invite other presidential candidates their advice to ascertain them through the advice. That's why I'm giving Kwankwaso second.
So actually, you have a point there. So you're saying your argument is that this is not a conversation of equals. You have presidential candidate, and suddenly you have someone who is a VP. He should actually be in that podium with Dati Baba Ahmed.
Yeah, that is just the truth.
Hmm.
That one aside. For me, anything about debate or interview, Abati shouldn't handle any of it because he's a card carrier of PDP to me as a person.
No, but you're a card carrying member of any political party doesn't make you. You know, I mean, this is your
It will
job.
make you to be biased. It will make you to be biased. Let's be frank to ourselves, honest. It will make you to be biased one way or the other. Let's be candid. Even if you are my brother, you are interviewing me, there are some questions you won't throw at me, but you can throw it to the next person.
Anyway.
I believe Rufai is there. Rufai is there.
Yeah, because Rufai sometimes speaks some segment of the society, their minds, is it?
Yeah, not some. Mostly, we are all human. We are bound to make mistakes. If someone gets, let me say, 70% of what you have in mind to say, that means that person, let's say Nigerians are bad in other parts of the world. Doesn't mean that all Nigerians are bad. But the majority have carried it. That's why they say all Nigerians are bad. To me, as a person, let them not invite Abati or any card carrier member of any political party. Because I have seen Rufai interview and all the rest of it.
Okay.
That's my own thing.
Thank you. I think
one more thing. Can I know the time you people are streaming so that I will know whether it will all go well?
No,
Because
normally, no. This is unscheduled because obviously it's as a result of these town hall that we wanted to discuss it. Now that it's still fresh in our minds, and some of you are still angry and are still watering the whole place, so that we come online and water everything, So let's have a Victory Igberes, please turn on your camera if you may. And I have Ike Mefula.
Hi.
So please sit up. Make sure you are turning up your camera and you're not lying down in Zaza room, please.
Do you hear me?
Make sure you are turning up your camera and you're not lying down in Zaza. I think it's
do you
can
hear
you
me?
make sure you are turning up your camera and you're not lying down? Sorry, I'll mute you. Can you fix your audio?
Do you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I think everyone else have spoken. I've mentioned things that I am very uncomfortable with when it comes to Dr. Reuben Abati. For TV stations in Nigeria, AriseTV. First of all, let me apologize. I don't know why my camera is not coming on. I've tried to put it on, but it's showing that I have the thing set to on, but it's not coming on.
No, I think you have something. Do you have an OBS running on the background?
I don't believe I do, but let me check.
Boy, because it's showing an OBS icon on you. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, I apologize for that. So, like I was saying, I follow AriseTV a lot. I live in Texas, so I always just follow them on, on YouTube. I used to listen to Reuben Abati, but since Peter Obi declared to be president, that's when I started noticing his bias. Somebody mentioned it when it comes to issues about Tinubu and Atiku, he's very soft, and he even lends support to people that are commenting about these two characters. But when it comes to Peter Obi, this man is very quick to attack. And we saw the same thing today during the debate when he was quick to ask Peter Obi to caution his supporters. I mean, who does that? It wasn't even clear the people that were, causing distractions in the hall. And he was just so quick to do that. And I think he gave room to Dino Melaye, coming second to also attack Peter Obi, on the same issue. I am not a person that supports candidates blindly. I do my own research before I can say, okay, I'm supporting this person. I am so interested in this election that I wanted to do a series on Peter Obi and fact checking. That was like months ago, but because of my work, I've not had time to do all that. When Peter Obi speaks, he gives out figures, he's quoting statistics.
But
So
we've dealt with the fact checks here, so I
yeah.
think, have you
Oh,
joined
no.
us when we dealt with that?
Right. I did. Even even for the statistic that the verdict of which was false for Peter Obi, the one talking about the Federal Ministry of Works awarding him as the governor that had the best network of roads. I even had to put out a tweet, and I quoted CDD West Africa to say, hey, here's a link of Peter Obi where he was being awarded and all the things that he did, including under his government having the best network road. Here's a link for you to go and re-verify and then maybe adjust your verdict. But what I was just going to say is that before I gave my support, I'm not a card carrying member of any political party, and I don't think you can be objective when you become a member of a political party. I think it's about candidates, it's about individuals. That's the best way we can stay objective, is to not become card carrying members. That way you can just watch out for the candidates from debates like this or town hall meetings like this, and then you can truly say, okay, I am going with this person. Right. So let me just make one quick point before, I think what this debate showed was that we could actually see a few people that can work together in government. While they were speaking, I was looking at Peter Obi, Abiola, and Kwankwaso, and I'm like, man, if Peter Obi, for instance, becomes president, these two gentlemen he can actually work with, because it looks like they are very brilliant, and they also, give good statistics, and they give good highlights of what can be done in government. Okowa, on the other hand, was not, because he was not the presidential candidate that was supposed to be there. He was, representing Atiku. I don't think he was being objective like Peter Obi was, because Peter Obi was always saying what I am going to do, what I am going to do. But Okowa was constantly saying what should be done, what should be done. He wasn't speaking as a person that was in charge. I mean, he's not. And I find it very insulting and wrong that AriseTV and the organizers of this town hall would allow Okowa to represent Atiku. It is very wrong, because I believe that a time will come when they will also have, debate for presidential candidates. Vice presidential candidates. So are we to believe that at that point Atiku is going to represent Okowa for the, presidential the vice presidential, candidate debate? So it wasn't healthy for them to allow that to stand. It wasn't healthy at all. But again, I understand that they're going to have series of, of these town hall, and hopefully all the other, like the two major political opponents, which Tinubu and Atiku. Thank you very much for.
Thank you very much for that. I think there might, be a rerun. But again, since since Atiku and Tinubu didn't attend, if you ask me, in my thinking, I would wish that Atiku and Tinubu will have to go and face Sowore, so that they will get another form of water.
Well, is that how they are doing it? Are they having it backed
No,
by?
I don't. Honestly, I do not know. But initially, when the flyer came out yesterday, no, sorry, early this morning, it had Atiku, Kwankwaso, Obi, and who's the last person? But eventually, the flyer was changed. Tinubu was there, but the flyer was changed, so Tinubu was dropped, and Abiola now came into that picture. but eventually Atiku himself also disappeared, and
Right.
the rest is history. But we have someone else here who's joined us, and I'm glad to have John Bamidele and also Ike. I think Ike Alam Meflon, what I think you can unmute yourself, but I don't know what is happening. It appears when you unmute, it whistles. Okay, try again.
It's okay now?
Yes, go ahead. What's your contribution, sir?
First of all, thank you for what you do and for what you're doing. And it's my first time to join you in the platform, but I used to watch your programs on YouTube, and I'm happy for what you're doing, and I pray that God will continue to give you the strength to do what you can keep doing.
And the strength to make money too.
Yeah, also too. The Bible said that every hand that works must eat, so it's natural that we have to eat. So, like I follow the town hall on the middle of it, despite the fact of Ruben Abat with his bias, postures. It didn't start today. I think personally, the way I'm thinking about Ruben, I think maybe Peter Obi might be able to have a personal one-to-one discussion with Ruben Abat. Because if you remember the last interview Ruben Abati and Rufai had with Peter Obi, when Peter Obi was talking about, when they were asking how he's going to handle security, he said that even if he put a gun on my head, I'm not going to tell you how we're going to do it. When it comes to Ruben Abat, when he was trying to talk about the supporters of Labour Party, you can see the anger in his face when he was trying to relate about the supporters of the Labour Party. He has been doing it every time he sees Peter Obi on his platform, and I think today on was over the board. I was really upset, personally as a human being, I was really upset, and I think it's time that Labour Party called Ruben Abati to order because he keeps doing this all the time. We watch his program. I watch Arise because of Rufai, not because of Ruben, because he has been biased all the time. I know him, so this is it. But on the main issue of the town hall, I think it was educative. I think it was good. I mean, this is a first step, but I think generally every one of them tried to express themselves or tried to tell Nigerians what they want to do if given the opportunity to lead the country. The only thing I love about what Peter Obi was saying was consistency. And that's the most important part of, because people are following consistency. You don't change because you are in somewhere. But what you are saying is what you have been saying from day one. So that is what, encouraged me today because of that consistency. So Kwankwaso was good too. He's an intelligent young man too. He's smart. He's smart. He's intelligent. He knows.
So don't you? Sorry, let me interject here. Don't you think that sometimes we take people for granted, maybe because we haven't actually listened to their thought process? Because, like we said with CM when we started, before now, I must confess, I was really taken aback from the things Kola Abiola said, or his way or by means of his articulations. So don't you think that maybe others, obviously, like you alluding to Kwankwaso, maybe because you have not had him often, or maybe because the last time he spoke on ethnic podium with ethnic connotations that really distorted the messages probably he was trying to pass across. What's your take on that?
Yeah, my take is CM, we have another platform, Niger Watch. We used to meet together in Niger Watch, and I remember the first time we talked about Kwankwaso. I lived in Kaduna for 5 years, and my best friend is an Hausa man from Kano, from Bebeji local government in Kano. and I was able to go to Kano several times. And from there, I begin to understand, I begin to follow the politics of Kwankwaso. You know, he's a very nice man. But you know, politics is always what politics is all about. You know, his only problem is that he wants to be president of Nigeria. But he's a politician that you can work with. Because from the few years I lived in the North, he's a man that the North, few people in the North has a lot of confidence in him. You know, because of even his work in Kano as the governor of Kano State. And about Abiola was really impressed too. I never had the opportunity to listen to him, but this is my first time of listening to him. So I think he didn't do a bad. He showed that there is something up his sleeve too, if given the privilege and opportunity to have this kind of conversation. You see, when he stood up against the timekeeper, these are the kind of men that I like, because sometimes you have to stand up. He told the timekeeper, listen, take away your timekeeping and I have to finish what I'm saying. Stop interjecting what I'm trying to say.
No. You see, that thing, that to me is not correct, because the rules are made. Yeah. You do not break the rules. It's a question of you learning how to speak within the given time.
Okay,
manage your time. No, you see, this is where I disagree, and this is the things that happen in Africa.
No, I don't want us to agree, man. I just want to ask you a question before you continue.
Yes.
Remember that actually the timekeeper was not keeping the right time. The right time. That was the truth.
No, it's not true. The timekeeper, let me tell you how it works. He has a timer there, irrespective of who was saying. Go back and watch. Kwankwaso spoke at the beginning. The timekeeper stopped Kwankwaso. Peter Obi spoke second. Peter Obi stopped even before the timekeeper could. So he gave away his own minute. But it is even better to even finish ahead of time. The issue is in public speaking. That's one thing I tell is us, especially as Africans, to learn how to manage time. This is a business we do. You tell someone you have 1 minute. They would take 2 minutes introducing themselves without going straight to the question. Who cares about knowing who XYZ is? It's a simple thing. Go there, hammer it. Why is it that P2P wasn't stopped so many times? Is it because it's something you learn? You learn it, you imbibe it. So Kula trying to, because maybe I don't know whether a young girl or a young boy for me, is an act of intimidation, because you're looking at that person, is belittling the individual, saying, why must you stop me, blah, blah, blah. No, that's beside the point. Even if that individual is a 2-year-old son or girl, you must obey the rule. And let me tell you, if I am among the Arise guys, if you're a presidential candidate is not coming, your party drops. No VP. We must get some things, right. Anyway, go ahead, round up. Let me take other.
I'm rounding up. I know. I understand what you said, and I agree with you. I'm not. The interjection was for the education of everybody, so I like that. I accept that. And finally, I think like Okowa, what the last speaker said, he was speaking on behalf of his principle. So he wasn't saying, like, as you said, P2P was saying what I would do. Kwankwaso was saying what I would do, but Okowa was speaking on behalf of somebody. So on the other part, I followed him several times. He's always detailed in some informations too, but this time he was speaking for his, principle. So generally, I think it was a very good conversation.
Yeah, but even Okowa, at some point, when he talked about security, talked about, devolving power to states, you would think is somebody who is, who is talking futuristic, that these are things that ought to be done. But when you actually look at it in the granular detail, you find out this is a man who has been governor for 7.5 years. So those things he's talking about should have been the things he should have operationalized. Compare it to the person of Peter who will tell you this is what we have done in the state. So if they have, done this in the state, but here you are, you are still telling us, you know, like someone in Anambra State will tell you is past pathetical. No, that's the way it sounds.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me bring in Bamidele
Thank you.
here. Bamidele and Aristotle, thank you very much for coming. Yeah, thank you for staying with us. So Bamidele, can you unmute and thank you? I mean, the studio is filled up and we have more people coming in. So guys, wait. And I can see, sorry, Bamidele, before you say anything, I can see people within the studio that are not yet in. Please turn on your camera. Make sure you are properly dressed. If you're not properly dressed, sorry. Look at everybody here. We are all sitting up. You know, respect that and dress appropriately, and turn on your camera. You know, and sit up, not lying down on the bed. Thank you very much. So, Bamidele, go ahead.
Yes, how you doing, guys? Okay. Yes, I think they all did good. They all performed very good. And this is the first time I ever see in the history of Nigeria whereby every candidate is doing what he's supposed to do. But compared to back in the days where they just bring somebody and then he will become a president of Nigeria.
Yeah, because someone has forced them to stick on issues.
Yes. And in terms of the corruption, I think the best thing for Nigeria is we must find a way with this constitution that we have, restructure Nigeria. I do not believe for a second that somebody would tell me that I want to fight corruption. You're wasting time. But if you restructure devolution of power, may forget about Abuja, like everybody going to Abuja, they make law from Abuja, going, it's all. Now, for me personally, I do not believe in that. And why do I say that? As far as, like I'm trying to give you an example. In 96, that was the first time I went to Nigeria and then I have a brother that was a custom, and he was in Tinker evaluation. This man pay his superior every Friday. I'm talking about 96. He pays his superior $2,000 every Friday. Why? For him to remain in that place. Every time they want to, like, say, go on a course, he will say no. Do you want a promotion? No. He retired.
Do you need to ask somebody if they want a promotion before you promote them?
You know what? They don't want. He does not want me to be promoted, because if he get promoted, he will leave that place. Do you get my point?
Mm-hmm.
And once you go on the course, you are not coming back to that place. So these are the issues that we have in Nigeria, that until we have a new constitution, restructure Nigeria, devolution of power, we will get half of our problem will be solved. That is my contribution for now.
Thank you very much. So we have Fori B. Fori, you're welcome.
Yeah, good evening, my boss. Good evening, everyone. Is it my turn to talk?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. In fact, when I look at the interview today, I was very, very ashamed of myself. If at this junction, these are the set of people that we are presenting to lead Nigeria at this moment, it's very, very disheartening. And we are not find it very lovable at all. Because as the level we are now, I think we need people who are more revolutionaries in mind in what they are doing. Nigeria needs a total change. Thanks that my brother the other time that he was talking about the constitution of a thing. That is the way our problem is. That constitution we are practicing now can never give us peace. There is no way we are going to do it. Go and bring Angel to come and operate on that constitution. They will never achieve anything good. But it's very, very painful when I see the setup today. Even the OB, they were even thinking that we come and do something very amazed. Today, it shows that the guy don't even have something upset like that, the way we actually painted it. I was very, very, I don't know why Nigerians always like honorary football. We always put on our best 11 to go and play honorary football. Play just game. Best 11. When it comes to governance, presidents.
So why do you think you were what happened and why were you disappointed with Obi's performance?
Hello? I didn't hear you.
Okay, what happened and why were you disappointed with Peter Obi's
Actually,
performance?
I'm in Nigeria. With what we are facing here today, I think we need more seriousness than what we are getting today. In
But
governance, we need people who are more serious.
Sorry.
We need people that are
But
more serious than what we are getting
that
on
hasn't answered.
that. Yeah.
That hasn't answered the question. You said you were disappointed with him, and I said, in what area? What were the
That's what I'm
things
saying.
you
That's what I'm
said?
saying. If this set of people are the people we are presenting with this our situation in Nigeria, this set of people, these 4 people that I saw today, who are the one we are presenting as one of them will be president in 2023. We are missing it. There is no doubt about it. We are missing it.
Let me rephrase again for the benefit
Right.
of being misunderstood. Why were you disappointed by the answers given? Can you give us examples?
I didn't get that. I can't hear you clearly.
I hope everyone here in this studio can hear me. Maybe
Everybody
DSS,
here.
Yes, I can.
DSS has taken my mic.
Yes,
or
of
Dino
course.
has taken it. I don't know. But let me rephrase again. You said you are disappointed with Peter Obi. So my question to you is, what happened and why are you disappointed? What did he say that was wrong or you didn't like?
All right. No, he has not done anything wrong. But me, I'm actually expecting him to be more performed than what really happened there today.
Like?
Because the way he talks, he didn't really give us that solution to the problem we have at the moment. Nigeria is this. Okay, please. I don't know why we don't think we have our last chance. This is our last chance. If you don't get it right in 2023, we may not get it right again.
Hold on. Did you watch when Ruben Abati railed out the rule of engagement?
Bros, let's forget about rules. No matter how the rules is. The Bible even tell us that, bros, the Bible even tell us that we should look for truth. And the truth shall set us free. We need someone that will be telling them the truth there. We should not base on the rules and forget the things that you're supposed to say or something you're supposed to do. Don't need to rules. Who rules help? We are dying here. These are our last hope.
So what then happens to the one who ran away and didn't come?
What?
What then happens to those who ran away and didn't come?
I think that's the way we are going. There are people who really want to be on that podium today, that these people are not giving chance. And there are people who they know that will never come, and they give them the ticket to come around. That's where we're getting it wrong. There are guys that want to come there, but they didn't invite
that's
them.
fine.
They were
No, I
inviting
mean,
those ones that will not come.
yes, I respect people's opinion. Thank you very much. So let me take Arucha Aristotle. Thank you very much, Folly. Thank you. Aristotle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Njenje, for letting me in. I really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you, everyone. I think very quickly, let me just buttress a little on what my brother Polly said. My correction there is this: whenever you want to come to a platform like this, I think it's best advice. It's best that you become a bit apolitical, right, and neutral in your contributions. That will help a lot, because from what I'm seeing, Polly is a bit political on this. Probably his own candidate was not represented, and every other candidate who comes in that podium becomes an idiot who could not present a solution to Nigerian problems. But that's by the way. So from the town hall meeting today, what I observe is, or what the advice I can give to Nigerians is this: Nigerians should always watch the body movement of these politicians. Because there is a trend. If we can pay attention to what happened in 2019 during the presidential debate, the Buhari and Atiku were completely absent from the debate, and these are the major contenders, the people who Nigerians presented as the top contenders in that election. And at the end of the day, they became the first and the second after the election. And this time around again, we have a town hall meeting where everyone was invited. IPC candidate was not there, which I believe he was invited, and PDP presidential candidate could not come, rather sent his vice to come and represent, when every other candidate represented in person. So it's high time Nigerians stop operating on prosy leadership, right? Someone, a leader saying that he has a method of leadership, communication. He doesn't want to interface with his citizens. He sent a prosy person to come and represent him. When anything goes wrong tomorrow, you say, "Oh, I'm not the one who said that. I did not say that. It was my deputy who said that. I did not make that promise. It is my deputy who made that promise, or my party who made that promise. I didn't say it." It's time Nigerians become very, cautious about this type of people, because it's a trend and it's about to repeat itself again. I don't know why this is happening to us. I don't know why we keep on going back to this history every time and every now and then. So again, my total, when it comes to my total take away from this the debate today, what I could see is this: there are two persons particularly who I could root for on that debate. That is Obi and Kwankwaso. These people are very objective in their presentations. These people, we are really like, if you are an employer and you have these two persons in an interview, at the end of the interview, you will be impressed, like, because they were issue based. So like we all know, if you are going for an interview, the best way to respond to an interview is using what they call a PAR method. You present the situation, you present the response, you present the actions and stuff like that to show what you have done and how you are going to take care of that.
Yes.
Should that repeat itself in a similar scenario? That was what Peter B and Kwankwaso did during during this town hall meeting, and I really am impressed.
Thank you very much. But only on the fact that when fact checked on those things, Kwankwaso said he left zero debt, and he's been cross-checked. He left over 300 billion. So
no, you don't expect them to be 100% honest. These are politicians, they tell lies.
No, but that's but that is it. No, hold on. But that is it. But and when Peter B tells you, I left $50 million. Imagine As of the time that money was left, dollar was 173.
Mhm.
Imagine that money was not squandered by our. Let me not go there.
Immediate past the governor, right?
No, well, you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Imagine that where that money was kept, 500,000. That it, $50,000, $50,000, and 53 or whatever. So that is something that is accruing. Imagine where that $153,000 maybe now is in the region of $180,000. Those of you that have calculators on your phone, if you punch it, as someone will say, if you punch it and you're getting maybe with on the black market rate of around 900 to a dollar or 850 or whatever, that is serious money, you know.
Yeah.
But again, the rest is history. Okowa actually at some point made an argument that why would you be talking about saving money, that he said in I think he said in was it in a developing economy there is no need to save money. I said, well, he explains what Okonji wrote in her book, why all were busy sharing money rather than think of the future generation. Any father, I tell it to all of us here, we are men, any father incapable of saving money for his own, at least minimally, if you're not a billionaire.
Okowa totally exhibited what we all tried to avoid in the leadership of Nigeria during this town hall meeting. When you remember when the candidates were talking about minimizing the way they spend money during the campaign and the ills of lavishing money during campaign, Okowa came up and said that they are telling lies, that there is no campaign without money. They're not saying
Well, he didn't.
they're
No, I
campaigning
don't
with
think.
zero money.
You see, the issue is that he didn't understand context there, because what was being said is that no money is being spent in the sponsorship of followers in terms of the organizations we see, and that remains a fact.
Yes,
that remains. I can say that to anybody, anytime, any day. That remains a fact. But in terms of running campaign, I mean, come on. Anybody that tells you that they don't spend money running campaign, I mean, what are they going to spend? Water. But anyway, that is by the way. Now, I think we have. Let's go around, people, before we wrap it up. Now, and we must, before we continue, thank everyone watching us now. This is a late night show, and this is also for those of you, not those of you in America. Those of you in America should be paying us for keeping you guys, lively. But those here in the motherland,
it's almost 6 p.m. So we are in the same radar right now.
no, we are not, because it's after 2 here. So you guys should be paying us. You guys should be paying tight. I should be seeing a lot of super stickers and super chat. But
The
for those
time went
of us
back
here,
yesterday.
Yeah, you were 1 hour behind now.
okay. But what it means that when you see people in this part of the world still awake talking about these issues, and that's why we say we thank you, every one of you who is awake, listening and contributing to this conversation. And if this is your first time, honestly, if this is your first time of being on this platform, I would encourage you, by all means, click the like button, subscribe. If you wish to use the super chat and the super sticker, please, by all means, too. So that we get the ministry moving to the permanent side. You see, the calculation that I asked us to do before now, 50,000 by $900 is 45 billion. Someone has done the calculation.
It's not 50. I think it's 50 million. Is it 1,000?
Sorry, 50 million. Yes. No. Huh?
No, he said 50 million.
Una don't confuse me now. It's a dollar. Please,
50 million.
Please, though.
Then what is that trillion now?
Those of you in the diaspora, whisper it. But those of us here, let somebody not be passing and hear 50 million and come and break our head. Be whispering it. Don't shout it, please, because you're safe where you are. So the 50 million times 900 is 45 billion. Then times it by 3 without interest. That is what Peter left. Times it by 3 in Access Bank, in Diamond Bank, and in Fidelity Bank. So And we are here arguing about XYZ, and these are things that give confidence. Anyway, let me come back to Blessing and then Evergreen, then I'll come back to you, CM. I think we have okay, we have Holy. Holy is still in the back room. Maybe when someone drops, we'll bring Holy in, because with the studio is filled up now. But Blessing, go ahead.
It's fully, not
Okay.
fully. Fully.
Thank you.
Is it?
Oh,
Thank you very
is
much.
it?
Thank you.
Okay.
To start with, I want to thank our brother Foley B for his own thoughts. His thoughts are respected and well received. However, his medium, the words he chooses to convey his ideas are not so palatable. Now we know Mr. Pisobi to be a candidate that doesn't just talk about problems, but he hits mainly on the solutions of this problem. And these problems are the basics of the issues we have in our society. He's talked about the economy, which he has talked about how he is going to make us move from production to from consumption to production. He's talked about and from if we talk about production, we're talking about employment. He's talked about how to make sure that there is food security. He's talked about lots of things. The only thing he hasn't given us a solution to is insecurity, which he's keeping it personally to himself for reasons that I agree with him, because if
Yeah,
you
but
let the cat out of the bag.
some people will have issues with that, though none of them has actually. But the question is, even the one that gave us solution, that told us in clear terms that he was going to lead from the front, but when it came to leading from the front, he went under the bed. So does that really matter?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. And the one of those things we seem to cheer about is the fact that we believe that those who apply aggression to everything they do are those that will get it best. I mean, people that are enlightened in a 21st century society, it is ideas that is supposed to drive our community, not force, not coercion. And Mr. P2B has shown substance beyond reasonable doubt that he is a man of ideas, and ideas rule the world. So I don't see him as a man that can just say things that he cannot implement. We have seen him come to play in Anambra State. He has shown not just his worth, but his value. So we don't have issues with it. So my brother Polibi, if you think that he didn't perform today to your taste, all I beg you to do is to go back and listen to him. Sometimes when you're listening to a person speak, it might be that your mood is not palatable at that moment. When you listen, you analyze what he says and see if you wouldn't see it in a different light again. Not coming here to tell us a different thing. And your assertion is not all that constructive. You're not telling us where he's found lacking, and that is the thing.
But
So
Folly
away from
B,
that, talking about
but Folly B appears his candidate was not in I mean, if you read in between the lines, I think his candidate was not invited.
Yes. Let us play the ignorant ones for this moment. Let us assume that he is referring to intelligent Nigerians that are supposed to be contesting, that are not. We are not projecting Mr. P2B as the most intelligent Nigerian on earth right now. He has said it. He said he is the most qualified candidate contesting for the office of the presidency of the Federal Republic, which everybody accepts. So what we are doing now is something that some of us might not understand, but this is a progression stage. This is a way of metamorphosing our society from having old people who think that the presidency is their birthright to having people who want to serve, genuine individuals who will bring out their time and their energy to make sure that this nation becomes better. That is what we're doing now. If we move from P2B, if he's done with his 4 years or 8 years, the next candidate we're going to have is going to be better than him. And that is the way society grows. That is the way society develops. So anybody coming to tell us that he's not the most intelligent, we have other persons, those persons are not in the race. They will not be on the ballot on that very, very day. So let us dwell on this, and with what he's telling us, with what we have seen, he's the most qualified, and I don't have
Thank you
issues
very
with that.
much.
Yes. Now, talking about Talking
Sorry.
about the presidential debate, sorry to cut you short. I think Mr. Peter Obi, he did well. Mr. Kwankwaso, I served in Kano for a year, and his people has respect and admiration for him. His works are still in Kano even till today. So he did well. So there is no doubt. So I place the both of them as the first and the second when it comes to the debate. And for Mr. Okowa, most of the things he said, Mr. Peter Obi gave him the templates. They are now talking about state police, something that he's a governor. He is part of those that kicked against it in a state. I mean, we know that state policing under a system, under a system that has a president that is corrupt, would be used to carry out their ill acts. This is the shortest way of rigging elections, way of manipulating results. So you cannot have state policing when we still have a government at this center who is not all that neutral, and governors who would rather prefer to pursue their party's goals instead of the goals of citizens of the country. So that is my thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Eventually, we are here. Now, I think we have a Holy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My brother.
Your intervention, please.
Njenje, thank you so much for the good work you are doing. I've been part of this system since we started, but I'm happy that I'm being admitted for the first time online to air my view. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of us for our various contributions towards this movement. I want to tell us that it's quite unfortunate that we are having what we are having in Nigeria today. What you are seeing is really unfortunate. How can you, in fact, I don't even know why in the first place a VP will be allowed to sit with a candidate to have a debate on how to govern a nation. It wasn't called for. It is specifically for the candidate, the principal. So admitting the VP into that very town hall it has a clause. It has a very big error. That's the first statement from the organizers showing that they don't know what they're doing. They are biased. They should strictly admit only but the candidates. That will send a message to the candidates. That will send a message. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching.
But can I stretch your argument a little bit further? Assuming this is a debate meant for the vice president, would it be fair to send Atiku to go represent the vice if the vice is not around?
That's the question that everybody knows that it's not going to be possible and it cannot happen. I think this is the biggest office, the biggest job somebody can obtain in a country as the president of a country. Then if you have an interview, can it be possible in any film that you have an interview for a job and you send somebody to go and represent you? It doesn't happen.
We have over 100 million Nigerians without electricity.
Sorry, let's listen to this.
The World Bank is 90 million, but for me, it's over 100 million. That is unacceptable. So you have to declare war on power. If South Africa with over 50,000 megawatts can declare emergency, we will declare war here in power. In terms of flood control is the simple. I don't know how to describe it. The reason why we have the flood situation we have today, and I thank so many governors who are intervening, including Governor Okowa, and what they are doing to manage the situation. But it's something Nigeria can manage and reduce the devastating effect by just dredging. And the silt in all these are rivers. River Niger and River Benue. By working on them, by channeling things properly, by doing dams and everything. If Nile in Egypt can maintain today the Nile and is functional, where they say no Nile, no Egypt, and Nile is 6,650 kilometers long, Nigeria as a country can deal with Niger, River Niger, that is only 4,184 kilometers long, with River Benue that is 1,004. If you bring two of them together, they are still about 1,000 short of Nile, and yet Egypt can deal with it. We can deal with this too. And contracts over the years have been awarded, but people have mismanaged it, and we will deal with it. I assure you that this situation cannot arise. Even now that is the situation, I will stop everything and go and stay there. When I look at what Baisa is going through today, I will be living in Baisa as commander-in-chief with them, showing empathy, showing everything with them to show that it is a country. On issue of...
Now, let me stop here. You know, when we talk about governance, governance is about empathy. Governance is about, you know, the people and hold on.
Hope even.
And yes, and governance is about giving hope. And here is a man who sat in front of everybody there and said that if he was the CNC, he would be in Bayelsa by now. You know, people made jokes when they saw him with canoe without life jacket. You know, even the meeting we had 3 days ago, at the closing, somebody was praying. And his prayer point was, God, please help Peter that next time he should be wearing life jacket. You know? So, but on a serious note, listening to this, what is your takeaway? And just opposing it to every other person who was there, do you think that there was anybody there else who also made such passionate appeal with a direct connection to the masses? You know, because this is something that will cost a CNC absolutely nothing, to go and say, I am going to be with you, to empathize with you, because it didn't start today. It was when he went to Haiti. It was when he was the governor of Anambra State. You know, so it's something that has been within character. Is it one of the things that actually draw him closer to Nigerians, that the way and manner he carries some of these things? Or do we have any other person in this conversation yesterday night who came close to what you've just listened? Let me, at this point, start with CM. Hold on, let me start with CM.
It's like you just cut me very short.
No, sorry. Okay, I'll get you back again. Sorry.
Okay.
CM, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. You see, let me say this. Then I will advise the Labour Party and P2B. When I say Labour Party, my friend Doyo Kupe, because I like the man so much. Next time, whenever they invite P2B for all this type of debate, let him go with his running mate.
Thank you.
So that if he notices that it's a game of running mate, he will send his running mate to go and debate with them. Because if APC should have shown a presence, it should have been what is this man, Kashim, that would have been there. Shetima would have been there, just like Okowa. Then it will now be Dr. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. Let them go and square up. If they need P2B, let them bring Tinubu and the Atiku. You see, because Nigerians has a way of, making fun of everything. That is as at that. I hope Labour Party will hit. If Labour Party should do this, they will learn a lesson and know that they are dealing with human beings. After all, P2B has done more than his fair share of interview. Every time he's being harassed by interview. Arise News here. I don't know the other one. I mean, we all see it every time. Just Google, you see P2B everywhere. So that's that. Now, regarding the video clip we watched, you see, the tragedy of Nigeria is that, I'm so sorry to say this, Nigerians do not even understand what leadership is all about. An average Nigerian. It's not, you have to have muscle, you play. No. Leadership is all about empathy. I mean, UK here, when there was one type of rain, it was more than the usual one. somewhere in Cumbria, a bridge they built over 100 years ago collapsed. And that bridge is very important because the students, pupils living around there had to cross the bridge to go to school. Because of that bridge, the children could not get to the other side of the town to go to school. Do you know Cumbria is more than 500 miles from Downing Street, or maybe 600. David Cameron had to fly in. The military, the army, engineers came. What they did was to do a makeshift bridge that will allow the foot for foot, just like allow pedestrians to cross, but not cars. They did that within 24 hours, day night, so that the children will not miss one day of schooling. David Cameron came there physically. The commissioner, I mean, not commissioner, secretary for, and the different sort of members of the cabinet, they all came in. The army commandant, so many, in fact, it was like, I don't know, he said, this is because of that bridge to make something, just for a makeshift. So that tells you what it means, what leadership is all about. And David Cameron addressed the British people from there. He said that they made a mistake of not knowing that the bridge that has existed for over 100 years, the engineer should have alerted the people that is coming to its lifespan. They should have done something earlier than now. But they are happy that no life was lost, but the kids will continue to go to school. Meanwhile, the cars, if you want to cross over with your vehicle, you have to go and do maybe 30 miles radius to get over, or maybe 40. But for the kids, it's just for them to walk over to go to school. So why Obi is saying that is that people do not understand that if you have a commander in chief, you do not know who is your commander in chief when everything is moving very well. It's when there's a tragedy in the country. That is when you know the type of person you have. Just like as a person, you ask yourself, oh, you have so many friends, come and let's have a birthday, you throw drinks. The day you know your friend is when you are in difficulty. Somebody who may say they pass through, say, is that not your car by the police station? He will drop. He will come and say, what is happening here? This is my friend's car. That is when you know you have a friend. So what P2B is saying that he should have been living in Bayelsa now is to tell them that if the president of the country is in Bayelsa somewhere squatting with you people, if you are indigenous of Bayelsa, you will know that yes, you have a president who left Abuja, the comfort of Aso Rock, to fly in and be with you. And before you know it, you'll be going from one camp to the other. Just as a reminder, because what P2B is doing now is not is not for the camera.
Sorry, CM. Another counter argument to what he just said now is Nigeria is a nation in crisis. That means the president will never live in Abuja because before he finishes in Bayelsa, he will have to go to Sokoto and leave. Before he finishes in Sokoto, he will go to Ihiala. That is, he will just be living everywhere. That's what he
Well,
means.
if that is what it entails, so be it. After all, you are for the people. The moment you become a president, your privacy is gone. You are this thing. You are now a public figure. So if you go to Bayelsa, even if it's for 2 days, then you leave for another place. It's good. I mean, even if it's for a day, you showed up there, and then you wade through the water with them. Everything is reassuring. Now, what I want to say is that sometime in 2012, this thing happened in Anambra State. If you check, I've forgotten the date, but it's the Nation newspaper, National, which is a Tinubu's paper. The headline in Nation newspaper was P2B saying that he need those the IDP, those displaced from Atani area of Anambra State, they can transfer to government house at Yoka to come and live. They can transfer to government house. That's what he said. He said instead of looking for someone, let them come to government house, he will accommodate them there. So that tells you, because empathy about leadership, most people do not understand. In the Western world, you know your leader when you may not be hearing the man, but when something happens, they will go to the place where there's the tragedy, address the nation from there. Okay. Something. Okay, so address the nation from there. If there is a time Nigeria needs a leadership, I mean, for the leader, the president to show leadership, it is this time of crisis. The fact that you go to Benue, you go to Akwa Ibom, you go to this, just like shuttle diplomacy, you can do it. You're a president. You don't even say before you now send the advanced team to people with emergency to go and rush them. Okay, what will it cost Nigeria now for president to say they are importing rice? Even for anything, say Nigeria has placed order that they are going to import only for those areas. Do you know what it means? You can spend billions. This is the time you spend money. You show people that yes, you are. I mean, that is the legacy you will leave, and not that when they are getting the houses are Bayelsa is underwater, some part of Delta, Anambra, Rivers, and yet you stay put in Abuja as if nothing is happening. That's what Peter B is saying, and that's what the man will do because he has done it before. He was in Haiti. Which there's no Nigerian governor in 2000 and I think 2009 or 2010 that went to Haiti during the earthquake in Haiti, in which Bill Clinton, former U.S. president, was mandated by UN to take charge of Haiti in terms of rehabilitation and emergency relief. Peter B told Jonathan, I think he went there to say, look, my commander in chief, before I leave as a governor, I have to seek your permission. I'm going with my son. Peter B left. He went there, he donated, I think, $200,000, and then he helped them physically to be moving things from one place. So he's not doing it for the camera. Then he wasn't even a president. But people do not understand what leadership is all about. Leadership is all about empathy. The moral, the conviction, you should be courage. You should be able to show selflessness. And there is a way you lift people's hope. For you to hear that in Bayelsa, oh, the president is here. He came to see us wearing rain boot. All of us are, I mean, even if you are sick, you will feel that, yes, the man remembers you. But who are we now? People are still debating whether P2B is capable or he cannot be capable or all this. I mean, they don't even know what leadership is all about. It's not about dishing money or talking tough. Everybody will crush them. That is not leader. That is not a leader. A leader shows empathy. Everybody is your son. Everybody is your daughter. Everybody is your father, your mother, your brother, your sister. This is the type. This is the when you show leadership. Okay, Nigeria buying Jeep to Niger Republic, building railway. What has Nigeria given to these people? These your people underwater. What have they done? What has Nigeria done?
Thank you very much.
Is it too much to leave people of Bayelsa and move them to somewhere in Abuja? Let them stay there for now until everything dies down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you are singing to the choir because it appears those that are supposed to be in Bayelsa are in London where you are. So you may have to go and visit them tomorrow morning and tell them that the water in Bayelsa and the east-west road is all kaput, all damaged. Okay, thank you. So Evergreen. Then afterwards, I'll bring back Holly.
All right, thank you.
You're muted back, Evergreen.
On mute.
All right. So I think and I hope that Nigerians will learn this upcoming election, because we have really suffered the consequences of our actions over the years. So one thing that I know very sure is this: the same APC that has been in government for 7.5 years, if they had solutions to our problems, nobody will be campaigning against them. But unfortunately, we Nigerians, we tend to politicize our own future and that of the unborn generation on the table of crumbs. And this is the major problem we have I must tell you, imagine the likes of Mr. Common Sense, who once made a video commending the excellence of P2B in Anambra State, and even advised the federal government to emulate his policies and the kind of developmental progress that he brought to Anambra State. Today, where is Mr. Common Sense? He's canvassing for Atiku. So what happened to his previous statement about P2B?
But that's party politics.
That is what I'm saying. So how can our nation grow if all we do is to put the interest of our party first against the interest of the entire nation? Nigeria is dying, and Nigeria needs someone. The only thing, as P2B has always said, everybody can come up with beautiful, well-written and articulated documents. just as APC presented in 2015. But unfortunately, they will deny it, or they will tell you the problems they met on ground. Now, someone is telling us that is bringing a renewed hope to us. The same person who enthroned the hope we have right now want to renew it. So it means we have been in hopelessness, and that is why you're trying to renew our hope. So will Nigerians really respond to this? So that is the problem. There is no willpower among these people. And the only person today who can truly demonstrate that willpower to enforce everything that needs to be done in order to curb insecurity in Nigeria is Peter Obi. These political elites, they are beneficiary of insecurity. They make a lot of money by the insecurity that is happening in Nigeria today. So they don't want this business to end, because you have to allocate more and more budget for security. And this is where they are making a whole lot of money. And they will not end it. They will not. So as long as you are surrounded by cabals and cronies, there is no way. Only Peter Obi's government or governance will be void of cabals. As long as there is cabal, progress cannot be achieved. This is the problem Nigeria has been facing all along. All these people, when they get elected via cabals, it is these same cabals that dictate, they control, they appoint. And that is why you hardly see any government that appoints people based on merit, on capacity, competence, and all that. None of them. Imagine the likes of Lai Mohammed representing a nation of 200 million people. Imagine the likes of Festus Keyamo representing people with brains in Nigeria. Because of the structure that is on ground. And this is what is fighting against good governance. Nobody who meant well for Nigeria will tell me that an article who openly confessed on video that they didn't do well, that they gave money to people as regards power. They paid people 100% and they never did the thing. And the presenter asked him, and then what did you do? He said, sorry, did nothing. So is he coming out to change it? And if he didn't do anything then, does that not tell you that he was part of it? Because if you are not taking, the person under you will not take. How do you award a contract to a contractor and the contractor refused to do it? And then you openly admit that we did nothing. There was nothing done. Has that changed? So what else is he coming to do in a different way? So until Nigerians come to that point where we take sentiment apart and put the interest of everybody on the front burner, that is the only way that this country can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. And let me bring back Holly again so that we all round up now. Holly, if you may unmute, please.
Okay, thank you, my brother. I won't be speaking long because most of what I have in mind, my brothers here have just mentioned. I wish all Nigerians are listening to us this evening. It's a very wonderful conversation. But I also want to emphasize what I said earlier. It's a very huge insult to have VP on that platform. But I can only say that this is what kept us where we are. Even those that are in media, they never want us to be free from this age-long trouble and problem where we are. A person like Abati, what happened today? At a point, what my principal stood up and cautioned him that he should talk to that ranter called Dino, But you should know, like my brother, the last speaker just said, what all this cabal, what are doing is that they know there is problem. I want us to, we should be celebrating. P2B came in and changed the whole political drama. It become a very, very serious business. Before, I believe by now, if P2B is not there, Tinubu and the like will be celebrating. But they know that it's not going to be easy at all. Do you know why? We're on ground. Because before P2B came, I was at the camp of one of them. In fact, Atiku. I was very close. I followed P2B to Atiku. I was very close to.
So you are part of those that shared the dollars.
I want to tell you, I followed my principal to him, so you should know. So now, since the emergence of P2B and the Labour Party, my brother, it's no longer game as usual. If it's not because of P2B, we see all these presidents going by the street, eating corn and roasting corn and granite and all these things. That's the kind of empathy they show us. That's the kind of empathy they show us. Roasting corn by the street, taking granite, sharing one. That's the kind. But they know that it's no. No. It's no longer. The game has been changed to a very serious dimension where you must be prepared to come out. But they didn't know it's going to be like this. They were taking him for granted. But by now, they know that P2B. In fact, I was discussing with a white man here in Texas a few days ago. The Tazi man was even telling me about P2B, what he has done in African politics. P2B has completely changed the African politics. Completely. That some people can be taken serious, no matter which political party they are coming from. It's no longer the two big wings. They are not from this political party who takes you serious. They thought that it's going to be a walkover, but they didn't know that it will take them this long run. So I believe that what we are fighting now is a battle of Titanic, because those guys have already ganged up. They know that if this man eventually emerges, not only that most of them will be retired, but they will have a very good accommodation in prison. They will all be sent to jail. Somebody like Dino knows all his crime. I don't want to go further, but you know what I'm trying to say about is that the trouble we have is because P2B has come to a very clean slate. They're trying to indict him. They use everything. There's no way to lay hands on him. The only way is just to push him down, which is not going to be possible because we are there. The youths are there. You know the battle we fought from our food. They say that we are online. We are ranting online. We are doing that. We came to 1 million march, and they say they change it. So it's quite unfortunate that we are seeing what we are seeing in Nigeria today. And I want to assure you that the youth, they are ready. They are angry. The youth, I'm sure of the youth, because we know where we belong in so many places. We keep on praying for our principal. You know, when you talk about empathy, if you remember some time ago, P2B traveled from Lagos to East by road. The only purpose why he made that journey was to see what people are passing through in the hands of customs and police. There are more than 100 and something police checking points. And after that journey, he said no, he called a priest and he said that those people should get out of the road. He addressed it that particular year that is not done anywhere. After that, after P2B made that statement, in fact, almost all the checking points, all of them, they disappeared. Well, this is not P2B coming close to any presidential campaign or what. It's happened years before now. That's the empathy. You can imagine a governor that tells you that he has the phone number of every prefect, every school prefect, to call him direct. My brother, have you heard something like this before? It's not done. It's only in this place. It's only in West and all this America, wherever they can see something like this. Weird leader will come directly to the people that are in that very trouble. In that, you ask a question: if P2B or if the president should be going to where there is all this trouble, that means that he's no longer. What is he doing? What the president doing in Abuja? Is our president in Abuja at all? He's always in the hospital, going from one. If he spend time that he used to go to hospital abroad, if he spend it to go and visit all these people, it will be better. This will be better. People will feel belong.
Thank you very much. So
I am very, very sure that we are getting it right, and we will never expect all these people to dance our tone and be happy with us, because the game is changing very fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. You know, we will quickly take Godwin. But before I take Godwin, I'm on Twitter. The presidential spokesperson, that is the son, in the person of Festus Kayamo, has issued a the Presidential Campaign Council, or rather, the Presidential Campaign Council of the APC has issued a statement which reads, and they explained why Tinubu and Shetima, or rather Tinubu, did not attend that event. And the statement reads, and I quote, it said that Tinubu did not honor the invitation extended to him by the television station as not to displease other media houses who had also invited him for similar debate in the past.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
I think if I were to advise them as a media person, I said rather than put up such crappy statement, probably they should have zipped it. They should have, allow people to wallow in their own thinking. But anyway, Godwin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mazi, and thank you, everyone. I appreciate you guys. Just quickly, one thing I have noticed is this. P2B's political trajectory is peculiar. I'm saying this most, or I will say, let me not be extreme. Let me say 99.9% of all the whole leaders, I mean, trace it from Obasanjo to now, none of them had any empathy about the people that are ruling. Even Obasanjo, a time came, he said, push me, I push you. I could remember a musician that sang a song. He was furious. So P2B brought something that is different, something that is peculiar. They don't understand it. They can't explain it. And that goes even with the masses. They are like birds in the cage. When the door, when the net was opened, the birds couldn't leave because of years of perpetual agony. They have not known anything better. So for Dino or Mercury, I have been following him. I know all his antecedents, all the things he have been saying, attacking P2B for expressing his emotions. He can even share that he's in the UK. I've been in UK from 2008 to I left UK about 2016. Let him share such statements to average British person to say it's wrong for someone to express their feelings. So my people, all I can say is let us pray that God will just touch Nigerians, those of them that are still on both parties, PDP and APC, to change their mind, because a lot are going on. Even someone open up their mouth to say, yes, even though APC man is Ode, he will vote that Ode because that Ode is what? Coming from his clan. You can imagine that height, and that is where we are, unfortunately, and that is why we need all prayer that things will start turning around. Let you see, Obi is excellent. Obi has no match among this contestant. Nobody can match him. He's detailed. He knows every aspect. You can just use him for what we see here in the West, Obama and the likes. They know every department of the country. So that is what I want to say. Thank you, Mazi, for what you're doing.
God bless you. Thank you very much, Godwin. I think you said you're going to work now, so we may leave you and get someone else in. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. So now, people and those of you watching, we say thank you for being with us into the early hours of this morning, Monday, the 7th of November 2022, and it's now 2:45. Again, we do not take your patience with us for granted. And if you have not liked or subscribed to this platform, please by all means do. It doesn't cost you anything. No one is going to charge you an account. It's a means of showing love. And like I said before, for those of you in the American continent that we are keeping awake for, you guys, if I find a way to charge all of you, I will be charging you double, because we are being awake because of you guys,
Okay.
And so, support the platform, share, like, and subscribe. It's not too much to ask. Now, let me bring back John Bamidele. Now, you've gotten into the car. I think we may not allow you because we don't want
It's
you
okay.
to go on.
No. I can talk. I have
Don't worry.
my Bluetooth on, and I can just
American
talk. I don't
police,
want to
they'll
watch.
tell you hands off. We don't want
No, I
we
don't have
don't
my
want
phone on me.
to read
It's on
stories
my.
that touch.
No,
Don't worry.
but I just want to add a little thing. Like,
So you have 1 minute. So we're rounding up
okay,
now. You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
I pray so much for Peter to win this election because I love the man. The only problem I have, because I was in US. I went to one of his session in California, and I flew into Canada because I have a friend in Toronto. So I was there too on Airport Road at the hotel where he had the session over there. One thing I noticed is like 70% of the people that were present are Southeast. So that kind of give me like a concern, like how does it penetrate? How would it penetrate into the Southwest as Southeast? That's a question for the platform.
Well, it's a good question for the platform, but that's taking us off the topic of this evening,
Evening, okay.
But if I have to assuage your mind, you cannot walk into another man's family and begin to question him why you are not in his family picture. You need to take statistics of those who are in the diaspora, and that would form the demography of any planned event. And I would conclude by saying that someone like Atiku Abubakar came into the place you are in United States of America, where $5.9 million was paid to procure visa. But if such town hall meeting was held, it would have been very, very interesting to also see the demography of those that would have attended such. And I believe if you go to Meduguri and do a town hall meeting, it would be nice to also see the demography of those that would attend that in Meduguri. I believe.
I really want to agree with you on that one, but I think mostly is that he should work on the youth. If we work on the youth more, because I've joined some,
No, you've lost me there. You've started with what you experienced in America.
Yeah,
You're
because my
talking about
experience
working
is
on the
like,
youth.
yeah, because
My dear, let's hold on.
That is where the vote is.
No, hold on. You're. I think now you're being all over the place. Okay. If you stay where I like addressing issues sequentially. One is, if you stay where you were before, I don't think that assertion is right. Again, it's about demography. When this thing started, I was the first person that's actually picked up something, and I said, I needed to understand why the campaign was being driven more by the people of Edo, and I gave it to them. So, and Edo is not in Anambra, neither is it close to Anambra, but for whatever reason, it appears this is where you have a very enlightened demography who took a
You
battle.
see, the reason why I'm telling you, I've been following you, especially
Hold
for a
on,
long
listen.
time. I've been following you, right? I'll be honest with you.
Sorry,
You see,
sorry. Let us hold on. Sorry, let's not digress about this.
I don't want to.
Speak.
I'm
No,
not
no, 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 no,
digressing,
no, no.
but
We
you're
are,
just
we
not
are.
getting
No,
my
no. Sorry,
point. Okay.
Sorry. I got your point perfectly, but I believe we are now digressing on this. Please. So I'll take another person since that's your submission is done. Chimobi, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. As I said earlier, this is the first time of me being in this platform, and I appreciate you. I appreciate your good work. I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate how you handle situations. Thank you so much. I believe that every Nigerian here, we are of different surname, different places. We don't know each other, but for the sake of Nigerians, here we are talking about Nigeria. So what I have to say is this, like somebody said, CM said, if he will advise Labour Party, anytime any media in Nigeria is organizing a presidential debate or town hall meeting that involve only the president, and they find out that Tinubu Atiku is not going to be there, that P2B shouldn't be. P2B will just go with the vice. If they show of vice president, then they will fit in. Because I could remember when the Nigerian Bar Association did their conference, Shetima was the one that represented Tinubu. And Shetima was the one that said that he will be in charge of our security. So, and P2B was there. And look at how Ruben Abati, Dino Milaye was creating a toxic situation that all the media house, the social media, the Nigerian newspapers, that's what they will carry. So I support CM for that good and great advice that they should be careful. And Nigerians have to bear it in mind. For Tinubu and Atiku, for not to honor an invitation that Nigerians are calling them, that is a completely red line. Completely red line. This is the way Buhari did. That made Buhari had never spoken to Nigerians till today. Till today we are talking. So, and thank God for P2B coming into this space. P2B has changed the political space in Nigeria. I have a friend in UK. When I ask him, how is the Nigerian community doing about this election? How is the campaign, holding? He told me that he never see people supporting Tinubu or Atiku, even in UK. That most of the meeting he's seeing the people holding is all about Obi. That is all about this movement, Obi movement. So coming to this platform today and see how people interact with each other, and see how Holy B couldn't even come up with. You see, when he make that statement that if these are the people that will lead Nigeria, that he is disappointed. He couldn't even come up with something that he can debate and make a comment on. And I like the way this platform, in this platform, these people that are here today, we have intelligent people, smart people. That is why Holy B quickly removed himself from this particular meeting. So because we are issue-based people, we are issue-based Nigerians, and we want Nigerians to work. If Nigeria work, everybody will be happy. And the only people that can do that as of today is Labour Party, not just because of P2B. It's Labour. People are tired, completely tired. And that's all I have to say. Everybody here, in your heart and in your home, things are not getting better.
Thank
Things
you.
are not getting better. And we must work hard to engage our people so that we can change this in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Imobi. I think Ike Alame Fuller, please. I mean, we should all take this as our concluding thoughts, basically, so that we'll release those back home before NEPA take light on our head now. So,
Yeah, like as you said, I want to say I'm encouraged with what Holly said and what CM always has a very good point. It makes so most of the time it makes my point. But I'm impressed tonight, and I'm excited for what God is going to do in Nigeria through Labour Party in 2023. But also, I want us to be realistic that it's not going to be an easy fight. Because for you to dislodge these people, it's not going to be easy. But we are not afraid of the fight. It's a fight of the mind. It's a fight of the wisdom. As Peter Obi has been doing it. He has always said that he have never promised anybody happiness. So when a man is telling you making such statement with you should understand that he is rock in his heart. He will do things, but you are not going to be offended, but he will still do what he wants to do. So I am excited, and I know that this fight is going to end well. They said we are structureless. We don't have structure. They said we are 4 people making noise on internet. They said that Peter Obi is lying. Go and verify. And now from structureless to 4 people on internet, they are now after the obedient movement. What changed in a space of 4 months? What really changed? What happened? What happened to the structuralists? What happened to the 4 people that is in internet? What changed? If you are following news in Nigeria, from Monday to Sunday, the whole political party is talking about Peter Obi. Everybody is after Peter Obi. Why is everybody after him? He doesn't have people. He's a sectional candidate. He has no fellowship. He has no followers in the north. But what is happening now? The same north, the same west. They say he doesn't have anybody. What is happening in the west? Listen, like Okukwe used to say, this is a tsunami that is going to hit Nigeria. And it's going to hit Nigerians that a way that nobody will ever understand it. Because the politics of the old, like we used to do it, when they carry corn on their head, they carry plantain on their heads, and those days has gone. This is the politics. The new Peter Obi have changed the landscape of Nigerian politics, African politics entirely. When Obama was coming, they said, no, he cannot do it. Who is Obama? From where is he? Hey, the black man from Kenya. But he said, yes, we can. And the rest is history. So Peter Obi is not claiming that he is a new person in politics in Nigeria. No. But he is an old breed with decency, an old breed with record, an old breed with every quality you can have in a leader, with evidences. It's not just what paper is writing, it's evidences everywhere. Like today, he was telling them, go and verify. The whole agency in Nigeria that are following politicians for corruption and the rest of them. Peter Obi has been in Nigeria. He has never run away from Nigeria for 1 second. He's there. Because there is nothing you can find. He can find nothing. So, Dino Melaye and Kiyamo and Femi Fani Kayode and the rest of them, they're only after their stomach industry, But I want us to know that, to be honest, this fight is not going to be easy. Because for you to be able to dislodge these people, the minds of Nigerians will change. And that's why I am happy that it is the youth that is driving this movement. Before I go, finally, I'm from Olu. In Olu local government, in Olu area, there was no registration when they were making the PVC in Olu as a whole. So I tried to get the Labour Party who is going to represent Olu in the House of Representatives in Labour Party. Because my brothers in the village, they told me that there is no place from Olu to Osu, anywhere in that area. There was no place, that there was the PVC registration. But you saw what happened at Hope Uzodinma's town. So this is the fight that is facing us, that we should be honest with ourselves that it's not going to be easy.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So let us be encouraged, because Obi's movement is for real. We are no more on the social network. We are no more for people. We are everywhere in the north.
Thank you very much.
Doing in the north.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your time. And as we round up here, I think we have someone new join us. That is Uncle Todd. But before I get him to speak, Victory has joined us with his camera on, and take Victory, if we may stick to 2 minutes each so that we get to sleep, unless
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment. It's not, I'm deviating now from, the presidential town hall series from today. I just want to state something, looking forward to for when hopefully Peter Obi becomes president. I became completely sold when he mentioned that this will be the last election if he becomes president, that, the Nigerian diaspora will not be able to vote. And I took that seriously, and I did some digging. According to the UN, we have about over 1.7 million, Nigerians, living abroad. I mean, 1.7, Nigerians living abroad. And when you compare that with,
when you say abroad, which,
in the diaspora, the Nigerian diaspora. Oh, wait. I think I'm getting that wrong.
Only US or yeah.
Times 50. Times it by 50.
You see, that's the reason why I asked you this. And before you continue, hold on. Before you continue, when people talk about diaspora, there are one or two things some of us know. And I can tell you this. Togo, Benin Republic, Chad, Niger, they are all diaspora. So be careful what you wish for. Go ahead.
Okay, right. Okay, well, I didn't, when I checked this, I didn't check by countries. I just checked generally by diaspora. The reason why I brought this point was that I also checked, at the annual remittances into Nigeria from, Nigerian diaspora is about 20 billion. And when you compare that with the, foreign direct investment into Nigeria of about 4.8 billion, and you see that it is not right for the Nigerian diaspora not to be able to vote. So that's why I take that very personally, and I really want to see that come into play when Peter Obi becomes president. I just feel like it's ridiculous that smaller countries like Kenya can have their people, because I have friends here in the US that are Kenyans, and they were able to vote in the last election. And when people ask me, oh, so your country's election is coming up next year, are you going to vote? And I tell them I can't vote. They usually can't even process that information. So I mean, I know there are a lot of innovative developments that Peter Obi is going to bring on board, but this one particularly I am looking forward to. Yeah, I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And obviously,
but it's not 1.7 million in diaspora. We should be up to 20 million or more all over the world.
I got that from the UN. So
No,
maybe I'll do it
it all
and watch
depends.
yeah.
Again, the data is neither here nor there. It depends on, if it could be 1.7 million working that's able to remit money. So I don't know, but
Okay.
you know, when someone tells you that Kenya is voting from the diaspora, from their embassy, and you are not, um, they don't have the same level of madness we have, and the things that makes those things impossible to action. But anyway, it's not an impossible task, but we must bear in mind that there are inhibitances here and there to that noble idea of voting. If you ask me, there are better ways we can do it. We can do multi-factor authentication, even if it's true, with your passport, with your whatever. By the time you finish that, you know that that individual is, and they can only do that by mobile phone as well. I mean, or we can even migrate to blockchain technology to do that. But again, without digressing, that's my candid opinion. So let me, Uncle Todd, please. 2 minutes, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you for the great work you're doing. And I want to greet our brothers from the different part of the world that have spoken. I'm just interested in listening or watching your video. I have not listened. I didn't watch the debate, so I don't think I have much to contribute. But suffice it to say that more of such town meetings are still coming our way. I would want to see those presidential aspirants that are not here today to come on board. And I also dropped something on the chat board. Perhaps you might do well to look at it and read it. It's just my suggestion that such a serious business of listening, getting our candidates, or rather the aspirants, to talk is something that is not just one media house will do. I think it would be better organized by different representatives from
Yes,
different media
but
houses.
please, in fairness to AriseTV, because we have to be objective, that town hall was not only organized by AriseTV. I think when at the beginning Ruben Abati railed out many of them, I think the ones I can remember, if I go back to the flyer, see if I can get some of them, but I think I remembered Premium Times and the guys that do the fact checking, one other company like that. So it's not necessarily only them. They are obviously being on the audiovisual, or big players in the audiovisual world. They appeared prominent there, but it is a collective stuff that actually happened today. So that's
Okay. Thank you very much for pointing out that. I think I need to really go back and watch that video. I mean, the debate. Thank you once again. I want to appreciate you for this great work. Keep it up. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much for joining us. So while someone's left, I wanted to bring them, but okay, sorry, Godwin. Yeah, sorry, he's still here. Godwin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, my brother, for this opportunity to be here. I have been on since for the past 3 hours that you started this program. You tried to come in. You're telling me that not only somebody leaves, I can come in. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm really happy with what you're doing, and I live in Bolton, UK. I just came in about just 6 months ago, and I was in Oldham, where we hosted Peter Obi in Manchester. That was about I was there. and I'm a member of Obidati group in Manchester here, and we are really doing our best to make sure that we come in. We have said it all. By the special grace of God, Obi cannot be compared with whatever candidate that is coming. Obi is a godsend to us, and we pray that those of us in the diaspora here that can't vote, all we need to do is to sensitize our people
and
by
support
enemies.
them as well.
Yes, and support them. Yes. What we are doing in the UK now is Obidati group is anything you can do, like taking over a polling unit to support it, or anything that you know you can do to promote things that will work well to promote the activity of Labour Party in your area. And some people are already doing that. I am from Edo State. I just spent a year in Anambra State, and I saw his exploits. And it's just that some of the voters we have in the rural areas does not still understand what change of government from the usual way they know government to. We were the one that made sure that Obaseki came to power when he moved to PDP, and we know how it is being done. And it pains me that at this time around I'm not in Nigeria because of some certain things I'm doing here. The way we are going to send our message down, the way they do it, the way they go and start collecting DVC and be giving them money and everything, we know how to do all these things. Any way they want to do it, let us, because you need the political power first to enter office before you can implement the economic power. What we need now is how our dear brother Peter will be, because every quality that makes him a leader, knowledge of economics, empathy, everything that you can talk of. I don't want to repeat what we've been saying here since. He has them all, and that is the type of person we need to lead our country. But it's just unfortunate, yes, it's just unfortunate that the so-called way they've been running our elections. It is this way we must follow. No, just as if I will show one thing that is trending now. There's a post I saw this evening from Obidati. No, I saw it in the news. Do you know some people in Cross River in APC government? They put their poster, and yet they put Peter Obi as a president.
Yeah, true. I saw
Very
that.
good, my brother. Very good. God bless you. That is the type of politics we want to play. Yes, I'm representing this party, but based on this, as for this position, this is the person. And by special grace of God, I'm getting feelers from Delta State. I'm from Edo State, but I've lived all my life in Delta State. I'm getting feelers from Delta State, my political friends there. They said Delta State is going to be a battleground. Really, but if you understand the policy of Delta State, sorry, I'm digressing, but at least it encourage everybody. If you understand the policy that is happening in Delta State now, Okowa is one of the which is recent action for going to accept that for betraying the South convention that was held that nobody should take that position. Now he's fighting his serious battle with somebody like Wally helping to power. That's Odigbo.
Oboriowo.
No, Odigbo. And yes, he brought sheriff now because of that. Politician Odigbo of Africa is bringing Edebe. Very good. Why he is supporting the sheriff? And if you look at the real-based politics, though I know Iburi has his own flaws too, but Edebe will have been the best candidate because Edebe has what it takes if you compare him to Sheriff. Now, this man is coming to power. What's his name? He's going to struggle it out with Omo Agege, who is coming with federal might. And the youth, because of his action in Agbo, where he was molesting the obedient there, they are ready for him. Even his polling unit, he will not even get it. These are the feelers I'm getting from Agbo. I'm so happy that we have all awakened. Then I want to come in here Those of us that are writing in the comment that Peter Obi should not be attending this when he's being called. No, I disagree. Peter Obi is able to use that opportunity to sell himself into the minds of most people. I'm a chartered accountant. I'm a member of my executive in Delta State. He was in our conference, Abuja conference. And I will tell you, even everybody there that I even benefited from Okowa government, they said, no problem. In state, we vote PDP because Okowa is our person. In federal, forget him. Either he's vice president or not, we are voting to be. That is it. Those are places where he talks to elites. Those are people where opportunity that will be given to him to be able to, for people to know him. After all, yes. Because if we now say it shouldn't be, no, he should continue to attend. And then they come with their okay. And anywhere he attend is excellent because he has it upstairs.
Thank you very much.
It's the Obama of our time. Thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate it. God bless you.
The conversation, as you know, some of those in the United States just came back from church and they are awake and they are joining us now. You know, while we are about going to bed, they are just waking up. So, and Dr. Damages, I hope you didn't come here with big hammer this evening.
To damage us.
No. I was just passing by and I saw that you were live.
Okay.
Let me join. And
so,
say
yes, thank you very much for joining us. Would have you? Did you watch the town hall meeting?
No. I was talking to Mustafa at the same time.
And it was this. I read that Mustafa has been disqualified.
No, he wasn't. According to him, there were something misunderstanding and something that will be cleared up by tomorrow.
By tomorrow,
yeah.
You know, things are in Nigeria here. Things are very, very easily to be cleared. You know, but I'll come back. I'll come to you. Let me take someone that joined before you, Jubri. Jubri, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. How are you? Thank you for the good job that you're doing, creating a platform like this for people to actually voice their opinion. Yes, I watched partly. I watched the town hall stuff, and I watched the area where there was a kind of protest against the absence of two other presidential candidates, which to me, that was a very, very good thing. I think that should be a step forward in a kind of in a way to deter the impunity, the arrogance, and the pride being exuded or exhibited by Bola Tinubu and Atiku, especially Bola Tinubu.
We want presidential candidate. That's what we want. We want presidential candidate. Sit down, whoever is the president. No. When Nigerians.
Anyway, I think just a slight correction there. Tinubu was not in the picture there. It was only they were only protesting that presidential candidates were invited and that Atiku sent his own deputy. So that was why they were protesting and saying they only want presidential candidates, not their deputies. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't probably it was out of context, but the thing you're quoting me out of context. But what I meant was the absence of the presidential candidate. I just mentioned Tinubu and Atiku, who are the presidential candidates, etc. So actually, that was a good thing. I hope such protests will continue at every point in time where impunity and arrogance is exhibited by the major presidential candidates. Where that is, to me, it's a disrespect and disregard to the Nigerian populace. A sort of they feel too big. They feel probably their money can get them whatever they want. A sort of. So now that said, the truth is, Peter Obi, in my own judgment, I'm coming from the spiritual angle this time around. Everybody should. Peter Obi was not known that much until recently. He was the vice presidential candidate to Atiku Abubakar in 2019. He didn't pull this wave, this political wave, or whatever. He was a governor then. He's been in the political space for some time, but he has never been this popular. Then you ask yourself, why is Peter Obi different now? Because of time and season. He's been there. He's been a known person, but politically, he's been the common man on the street. Never knew Peter Obi. But today, he is moving with the wave. He has become an icon. He has become a kind of an idol in the political space right now because he is working with time. It is time, the time for something supernatural, something different, something extraordinary to happen in Nigeria has come, and that is just it. So the way, in my own judgment, the way and manner this election will go will stun political pundits. It will be very, very historic in the sense that the powers that be won't see it coming because they have underrated him. They are still underrating him. They will not see what will hit them coming. He does not have popularity in the north, does not have popularity in the west. That's a fact actually. But the truth is that when time and season is working in the lives of someone, in a situation, in a circumstance, that it defies, the result defies nature. It defies norm. It defies the norm. So that is just the truth. All I have to say right now is for the youth to actually intensify, for us to work harder and try to bring in people who are closer to us into the system, into the campaign, into making sure that both those people who are not enlightened, because some of us, people around us, they don't even care. Like recently, I was talking to some of my wards. I was asking them because they are my payroll and I take care of them and other things or whatever. So I was asking them, "Do you have your PVC?" One of them said, the others said they don't. I said, "You don't have your PVC. I bet you will never." I told you people, I wanted people when this issue was on, go get your PVC. I told them that you will never get anything, no more allowances. No more allowances from me, So that is what everybody need to do. Bring in everybody, family members, because it takes the entire system, everybody's hand to be on deck for this to work. But at the same time, the truth remains that Peter Obi is actually out of what is obtainable in the system. He is just extraordinary in everything, in character, in dispositions, everything he does, his personality, everything. And I actually love his humility. Honestly, his humility has no bounds. He's so humble that he goes to wherever he's called upon, no matter how minor that place. He doesn't belittle anyone, any place, any organization, any agency. He just goes there to project himself.
Thank you.
To announce, to kind of sell his candidacy, sort of. So let us all join our hands while we pray and encourage each other. Let us join our hands to help the system grow as well. Again, sorry to round this up or whatever. Sorry to cut it short. Like I said, be rest assured, Peter Obi is becoming is going to be the Nigerian president. This is divine movement. It is not ordinary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution. You know, for the past 3 hours or getting to 4 hours that we've been on here, it's quite intriguing that I've been expecting people, you know, is it that other people aside obedience didn't watch the debate? So I don't know. I'm expecting people to take different positions on this. Maybe Dr. Damages may help us to, you know, be the first person to take a different. He didn't watch it. Maybe he can also tell us why the candidate he was interviewing was maybe why he was not invited, and maybe he has an answer to that.
Okay, so thank you guys. I always enjoy where Nigerians come together to discuss our political dilemma. This is what I want to talk about today with you, Mazes. Okay, I think we need more of these conversations, and I think the media outside the country should come together and try to organize a kind of a debate with these political candidates.
A virtual debate, then you mean?
Yeah. You know, it's not physical. But if they want to come, they can come to a city outside.
Sorry, if those who build some certain cities and they claim they've built them and you have something in their cities they won't attend, so how would they know? How would they attend the one that is done online? Because they can they will tell you they shut down online as well because they
No, I'm not even expecting Tinubu. There's nothing talking about those. I'm not expecting Tinubu to attend any debates. The question is, what are Nigerians going to do at the end? And there has to be a way to punish candidates who will not show up for debates. The reason why they are not coming, why he's not going to, the reason why he's not going to. There's somebody I'm hearing that.
Yeah,
anyway.
I think. Sorry, please. You know, rather than disrupt, if you can mute your mic. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. The reason why they are not appearing at debates is that they don't want people to see certain things, voters to see that there may be issues with them. And we have to make sure that Nigerian voters are aware. That's the only way you can know who you are choosing to be your president. It's very important. I know the INEC, they came out to say there's something they can do about that. They can't force anybody to debate, and that's true. But the voters in Nigeria, especially for Nigeria, knowing what we've gone through in the last 7 years, because if Buhari had subjected himself to debates the way they do it in other parts of the world, I'm sure most people would not have voted for him in 2015. So it's very important for Nigerian voters to have this opportunity to hear these people who are interested in running the affairs of their country before they get in there. So I'm thinking that we should have more of these debates, set it up. Even if they don't come, eventually people will begin to understand that there's something wrong with these people. They are taking a risk. They are feeling that there will be a cost to pay by showing up and messing up. So we rather take the other cost of not getting people support us. I've talked to 2 of these candidates, 3 actually. And some of them have impressed me beyond what I thought before engaging them in this in the debates. And I think for most people who watched it, they also felt the same way. So there's value in that, and I think we should
demand, just like the way people at that debate were demanding that Obi should not debate with the vice presidential. I think that's what I heard in the news. But there should be demands by Nigerian people to say that these candidates must show up for debate.
No, I think, Rudolph, I actually agree with you. And I think you and I had muted that idea in private conversations. But I think it's something, that needs to be revisited, actually. Because when we talk about the power of the people, and it's in a place where these individuals are seen as those, quote unquote, in authority, whereas the actual power rests with the citizens, and especially the fourth realm, the fourth estate of the realm, if you know what I mean there. I think it's something that we must have to explore. To really, I mean, throw the net wide open. It's who doesn't come, maybe we'll see a way of giving them water, if however it happens. But anyway, on a serious one, just to I align with your thinking there. That is something that must be explored. Obviously, you've spoken to some of them. I have also done same. Haven't spoken to that. If we aggregate if we aggregate that together, we may find out that here now, if we have two people asking the questions, you may find out that you may have at least 6 to 7 people sitting down, taking the questions and telling Nigerians what they will do, right? Because these are things we mustn't shy away from. It is our, they are coming to manage our resources, to govern us. We are their, we're
the ones hiring them.
Exactly. We are the hiring
yeah.
managers. So they must have to sit down to take questions from us. If they don't, I mean, then why should we hire them? Why?
Will you be accepting the VP in place of the presidential candidate?
No. On this platform, if we go ahead on that, no. If you're not in, you're not. No, we can do VP as well. Then send us your VP. If we want to do, I think that's one thing. You see, now this is what is being done in Nigeria today. I think we'll look at the global audience. Global audience. That's what the probably diaspora or whatever. It has to happen. VP is VP. When we do governorship, I mean, there are certain things that really can ilk you. And to think that those that didn't come said the reason why they didn't attend is because they don't want to offend other media houses. I mean, what kind of crappy nonsense is that?
Yeah, that's why they won't. That's why we have to do this together. So nobody will say you're offending one person or the other. If there are other online platforms that are out there, we come together and then arrange something like that. Nobody will have any excuse. But of course, we know that's an excuse. That's not the real reason why.
No, but it doesn't make sense that you offending people. You have your own television house. Have you ever granted live interview in your own one? Anyway, but guys, we are rounding up now because we must stop in the next 7 minutes. So quickly, push mom, 1 minute, please. Round up.
Yeah, to start with, me as a person, I'm not a party person. Even when a former senator in Nigeria bought PDP vote for me, I told her I'm not a party person, to tell her the truth.
When they bought what for you? Sorry, I didn't get that.
A PDP form for me to be a party person, a member of PDP.
That to do Agbero for them.
So you thought 100 naira form.
No, I said for me to be a member.
Okay.
I told them I'm not a party person. I don't want to be a party person. What I'm after is good governance, which I have seen in P2B. And for me, I'm advising all of us. I don't know the way Anybody is going about his or her own, but me as a person, I will continue to say it. If you are against P2B, as far as you are related to me, you are my friend, or any way close to me, that means you don't want my progress in life. Because
Well,
I can't be giving a dime and you are against me. It's not being
okay.
done.
Thank
If you are
you
not
very much.
after
That's
discussion,
thank you very that's your 1 minute. I said we're sticking to 1 minute. Thank you.
You are very
And
militant.
Simon Ike, please. 1 minute, please.
Oh, thank you, Martha. I've been following you since last 2 years. I've been trying to enter into your program. I have never been able to succeed. Thank you so much for letting me in this evening.
Thank you.
And I want to thank all my brothers in Nigeria who are keeping wake at this time to discuss this issue. Personally, I am in US, like my other brothers who are also in US here and some of those that are in Europe. Thank you, because what we are seeing, experiencing here in the West, and seeing a man who is out to give us the kind of life we are living here in the West. Yet, our so-called blind Nigerians refuse to honor him. Please, my advice to each and every one of us, like me here in US, if you go to my WhatsApp page, P2B is my what is it called again?
Profile picture.
My profile picture.
Okay.
And each Nigeria I talk to, I will always ask them, I hope you are getting ready to vote for P2B. I'm campaigning for him. He was here in Boston, even though I couldn't make it. But I want to appeal to every one of us, please, brothers and sisters, let us campaign for P2B, because he's the only hope Nigeria.
That's what we're doing. That's what we are doing.
Yes.
So
I mean,
no, but
outside here, please, let us try our best. One of
thank
us here
you.
said that the old cargos knows very well that when P2B comes in, that their end, their generation will be wiped over. And I believe that. And when we have somebody like P2B comes into power, after him,
This
the
is
next
sounding
person
like Russia
will be better.
threatening people now.
So please, let us try our best to campaign for this man
Thank
to
you.
get
Thank you.
to get
You've
on board.
exceeded one.
And
You
for
went
Tinubu
more than
and
no. Sorry, you
for
exceeded
me,
more than
I think they are too big. They feel too big to come and debate.
Sorry, I will
Look at
mute
somebody
you.
like Atiku and the Tinubu, when they are moving, crowd of so-called cabas are following them as if they are president. Now tell me what would happen when they eventually become a president, which means Nigeria will run away.
Thank
Please,
you.
let
We
us
won't
try.
run
God bless
away.
you all. God
We
bless
won't
you.
run away. Thank you. Victor,
please, I will believe it. I will believe it to go back to work.
Thank
So that
you,
go back to
Njenje.
work.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to all our brethren there. Thank you for the opportunity. The brother that is in Boston, I think he will come out for our rally next week. And I hope you bought your polo for the rally next week we have, because we are here in Boston and we are waxing strong, really. I think one of the things we need to do, I just want to speak about is concerning people like Dino Melai. You know, when you come out and things like this, some political parties will send some people that will come to run down opponents. I think the campaign team should look for a way of taking care of that. Running down someone in the public, hence it goes viral, it gets viral. And any damage it causes, to put in the control measure will be very hard.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think the last person this evening is going to be Uche Aristotle. You have the last 1 minute before we call it a day.
Thank you, Marvin, for begin again. Okay, I'll be very quick. So I think this meeting here reminds me of a leadership forum we had in Ottawa in 2017, organized by UNESCO. So there was a discussion around leadership. We talk about distinctions in leadership, and I brought about P2B as a case. Tagging him an outlier in Nigerian politics, right? And if you critically look into it, you will find out that truly this man is an outlier in the Nigerian politics, and because he's an outlier, believe me, it's going to be very difficult, right, for him to, be given access into that power. It will require a lot of inertia for us to move that forward. So my advice is this: I know there are thousands of people who are watching this right now. So I want to use this medium to advise everyone never to take this lightly. This is going to be very difficult, but I encourage everyone to continue pushing. And if we miss it this time around, it will be very, very difficult for us to get it right again. It's going to be very difficult because, these people are playing on the old game. For the old game to be changed, there will be we need a lot of impulse, we need a lot of force to change that. So I'm calling on all Nigerians, not only the obedience, now even those who are not obedience, to rethink and re-strategize to make sure that we recapture our country. It is really getting messy, and it is
Thank
our
you.
moment.
Thank you very much. Now, people, that is the much we can take. It is exactly 4 hours that we've been here. I pity those that would watch the replay. The fun of watching it live would probably be eluding them. But before I leave us and I say good morning and good night to all of us, recall that there once upon a time, there were people who told us that they were pilots. And when it came to flying, they began to say some other things. I'll leave out with that.
That I might pilot this aircraft of the new Nigeria. His destiny. And safe arrival to destination. I understand as I take off with this plane, as your pilot, there might be some few turbulences. Don't worry, nothing to worry about.
Where is this?
Captain
Where
Rogers
is
is in
he?
command.
It was when he was campaigning for
A
APC.
few moments later.
Lord my God, come and help me, my Lord my God. 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 Come and help me, my Lord my God.
So I don't know when the plane eventually crashed, and rather than be the commander-in-chief and the pilot you told us you were, it was only, oh Lord, our God. So Nigeria is looking for a pilot, and do not allow those who drive aeroplane to take over. On that note, I say everyone good night and have a blessed day. Bye for now. Bye-bye, everyone. Good night.
Thank you, Mazi.